Theosophy. An Introduction to the Supersensitive Knowledge of the World, and the Destination of Man. By Rudolf Steiner. It is significant of the movement and of the thought in our time, that although the previous works of Rudolf Steiner, Ph.D. Vienna, such as his penetrating and suggestive theory of knowledge, his works in the field of philosophy such as Truth and Science, and his volumes on the natural science of Goethe, that are well known in Germany, here is another class of books by him, Die Mystik, Mysticism, Christianity as a Fact in Mysticism, and his distinctively theosophical writings, that is the first to be called for by foreign readers in their own language. This work, though now appearing for the first time in English dress, has not only passed into 3 editions in Germany, but has been translated into Russian, Swedish, Dutch, Czechish, and Italian, while a French translation is being prepared. Perhaps it would be well to mention that in this work the words know and knowledge, when used in reference to the supersensitive worlds, involves the actual experience of them that is gained by man through his higher organs of perception. The names chosen by the author to describe the higher bodies of man, and other theosophical facts have been, as far as possible, retained here. Readers will find that they revert, with primitive strength, to the ancient power of names, that are word pictures and also mnemonics, that is a word, short poem or etc., for a reminder of what they represent. They then constitute distinct forces too valuable to be withheld from the English reading public. Grateful acknowledgement must be expressed here to I.M. for her chivalrous help, that indeed, made this translation possible, and to others who have rendered invaluable and willing assistance. E.D.S. Preface to the first edition. This book will give a description of some of the regions that are in the supersensitive world. The reader who is willing to admit to the existence of the sensible world, that is of the spirit world, and is mixed in with our physical world, will only regard this delineation as a mere unreal production of the imagination. However, he who looks for paths that lead beyond this world of the senses will soon learn to understand that human life only gains in worth and significance through sight into another world. Such a man will not, as many fear, be estranged from the real world through this new power of vision, because only through it does he learn to stand fast and firm in this life. He learns to know the causes of life, while without it he gropes like a blind man through their effects. Only through the understanding of the supersensitive world does the sensible become real and acquire meaning. You therefore become more, and not less, fit for life through this understanding. Only he who understands life can become a truly practical man. The author of this book describes nothing that he cannot bear witness to from experience, that kind of experience that you have in these regions, and only what is in this sense, that has been personally experienced, will it be dealt with. You cannot read this book as you are accustomed to reading books ordinarily at present day. In certain respects every page and even many a sentences, will have to be worked out by the reader. This has been intentionally aimed at, because only in this way can the book become to the reader what it should become. He who merely reads it through will not have read it at all. Its truths must be experienced and lived. It is only in this sense that Theosophy has any value to the reader. The book cannot be judged from the standpoint of science. If this point of view is adopted, in forming such a judgment, it will not be gained from the book itself. If the critic will adopt this point of view, he will certainly see that the presentation of the facts given in this book will in no way conflict with the truly scientific methods. The author is satisfied that he has been on the alert not to come into conflict with his own scientific scrupulousness, even by a single word. Those who feel more drawn to another method of searching after the truths that are set forth here, that will find you in my Philosophy of Freedom, Berlin, 1892. The lines of thought taken in these 2 books, though different, lead to the same goal. Because the understanding of one and the other is by no means necessary, although undoubtedly helpful for some people. He who looks for ultimate truths in this book, will perhaps have laid it aside unsatisfied. The primary intention of the author has been to give the fundamental truths underlying the whole domain of theosophy. It lies in the very nature of man to ask at once about the beginning and the end of the world, the purpose of existence, and the nature and being of God. However, anyone who does not look for mere phrases and concepts for the intellect, but for a real understanding of life, knows that in a work that deals with the elements of wisdom, things may not be said that belong to the higher stages of wisdom. It is indeed only through a comprehension of these elements that it becomes clear how high questions should be asked. In another work forming a continuation of this one, namely in the author's An Outline of Occult Science, that gives further particulars on the subject that is dealt with, that will be found here. Preface to the third edition. On the appearance of the second edition of this book, occasion was taken to preface a few remarks that may also be said with regard to this third edition. Through amplifications and extensions, that seem to me to be important for the more exact description of what is being presented, that has again been inserted, but in no case have essential alterations of what was contained in the first and second editions that seemed necessary. What was said on the first appearance of the book regarding its purpose, and what was added to this in the second edition, that also requires at present no alteration. In the preface to the second edition the following supplementary remarks was inserted. Anyone, who at the present time gives a description of supersensitive facts, should be quite clear on 2 points. The first point is that our age requires the cultivation of the different branches of supersensitive knowledge. The other is that the intellectual and spiritual life of the day that is full of ideas and feelings, that makes such a description appear to many an absolute chaos of fantastic notions and dreams. The present age requires knowledge of the supersensitive kind, because all that a man can come to know by current methods about the world and life, that arouses in him numerous questions, that can only be answered by means of supersensitive truths. Because you should not deceive yourself in regard to the fact that the information concerning the fundamental truths of existence given within the intellectual and spiritual currents of today, is for the souls that feel deeply, not for a source of answers but of questions regarding the great problems of the universe and of life. Some people may for a time hold firmly to the opinion that they can find a solution to the problems of existence within the results of strictly scientific facts, and within the conclusions of this or that thinker of the day. But when the soul goes into those depths, into which it must go if it is to understand itself, what at first seemed to be a solution becomes evident as being only the incentive to the true question, and an answer to this question is not intended to be brought forth merely as a response to human curiosity, rather, on it depends the inner calm and completeness of the soul life. The attainment of such an answer does not satisfy merely the thirst for knowledge, it makes a man capable of practical work and able for the duties of life, while the lack of a solution to these questions harms his soul, and finally his body also. In fact, the knowledge of the supersensitive is not merely something that meets a theoretical requirement, it supplies a method for leading a truly practical life. Exactly on account of the nature of the intellectual and spiritual life of the present time, therefore, Theosophy is a domain of knowledge indispensable for our age. On the other hand, it is an evident fact that many today reject most strongly what they need the most. The dominating influence exercised by many theories built up on the basis of exact scientific experience is so great on some people that they cannot do anything other than regard the contents of a book like this as a boundless absurdity. The exponent of supersensitive truths can view such facts entirely free from any illusions. People will certainly be prone to demand from him that he should give irrefutable proofs for what he states. But they do not realize that in doing this they are the victims of a misconception, because they demand, although unconsciously, not the proofs lying within the things themselves, but those that they are personally willing to recognize or are in a condition to recognize. The author of this work knows that it contains nothing that any person taking his stand on the basis of the natural science of the present day will be unable to accept. He knows that all the requirements of natural science cannot be complied with, and for this very reason the method adopted here, of presenting the facts of the supersensitive world, that supplies its own justification. In fact, the manner in which a true natural science approaches and deals with a subject, is the very one in full harmony with this presentation. And anyone accustomed to think in that manner, will be moved by many a discussion to feel in the way characterized in Buddha's deep and true saying, a false teaching does not offer any opening to contradiction, because it is in fact, based on the conviction that the false is true. Discussions are fruitless with those who allow only such proofs to weigh in with them that fit in with their own manner of thinking. He who knows the true essence of what is called proving a matter sees clearly that the human soul finds truth by other ways than discussion. It is with these thoughts in mind that the author hands over this book for publication in its second edition. Unfortunately, too long a time has elapsed between the date at which the second edition was exhausted and the appearance of this third edition. Pressing work of other kinds, in the domain to which this book is devoted to, delayed the author in the examination he wished to give to the book, and prevented it from appearing as soon as he had hoped. When Johann Gottlieb Fichte, in the autumn of 1813, gave to the world his introduction to the science of knowledge as the ripe fruit of a life wholly devoted to the service of truth, he said, At the very beginning, this science assumes an entirely new inner sense organ or instrument, by means of which there is revealed a new world that does not exist for the ordinary man. And he proceeded to give the following comparison to show how incomprehensible this doctrine of his must be when judged by means of conceptions founded on the ordinary senses. Think of a world of people born blind, who therefore know only those objects and relations that exist through the sense of touch. Go among them and speak to them of colors and the other relations that exist only through light and for the sense of sight. Either you convey nothing to their minds, and this is the more fortunate if they tell you so, because you will in that way quickly notice the mistake, and if unable to open their eyes, will cease the useless speaking. Now those who speak to people about such things as Fichte that deals with, in this instance, and finds themselves only too often in a position like that of a man who can see among the one born blind. But these are things that refer to man's true being and highest goal, and to believe it necessary is to cease the useless speaking, that would amount to the despairing of humanity. On the contrary, you should not for one moment doubt the possibility of opening the eyes of everyone to these things, provided that he is earnest in the matter. On this assumption all those that have written and spoken, who felt that within themselves the inner sense instrument that had grown, and by which they were able to know the true nature and being of man, that is hidden from the outer senses. This is why from the most ancient times such a hidden wisdom has been again and again spoken of. Those who have grasped something of it, feels just as sure of their possession as people with normal eyes feel sure that they possess the conception of color. For them this hidden wisdom requires no proof. They also know that it requires no proof for any other person, who like themselves, have unfolded the higher senses. Such a one that can speak as a traveler can speak about America to people who have not themselves seen that country, but who can form a conception of it because they would see all that he has seen if the opportunity presented itself to them. But not only to such as this has the investigator of the higher truth spoken. He must address his words to all mankind. Because he has to make known things that concern all humanity. Indeed, he knows that without knowledge of these things no one can, in the true sense of the word, be a human being. And he speaks to all mankind because he knows that there is different grades of understanding for what he has to say. He knows that even those who are still far from the moment in which they will themselves be capable of spiritual investigation that can bring a certain measure of understanding to meet him. Because a feeling for truth and the power of understanding is inherent in every human being. And to this understanding that can flash forth in every healthy soul, he in the first place must address himself. He also knows that in this understanding there is a force that little by little, must lead to the higher grades of knowledge. This feeling that perhaps at first sees nothing at all of what is told of it, that is itself the magician that opens the eye of the spirit. In darkness this feeling stirs, yet the soul does not see, but through this feeling it is seized by the power of the truth, and then the truth will gradually draw nearer to the soul and open in it the higher senses. For one person it may take longer, for another a shorter time, but everyone who has patience and endurance reaches this goal. Although not every physical eye can be operated on, every spiritual eye can be opened, and when it will be opened is only a question of time. Learning and scientific training are not essential to the unfolding of this higher sense. It can be developed in the simple-minded person just as in the scientific person of high standing. Indeed, what is often called, at the present time, the only true science, can for the attainment of this goal be a hindrance rather than a help. Because this science is too often permitted to be considered real only what is perceptible to the ordinary senses. And however great its merit is in regard to the knowledge of that reality, it creates at the same time, a mass of prejudices that close the approach to higher realities. In objection to what is said here, it is often brought forward that insurmountable limits have been once and for all set to human knowledge, and since you cannot pass beyond these limits, all branches of investigation and knowledge, that do not take them into account must be rejected. And a person who wishes to make assumptions about things that many regard as proved to be a lie, beyond the limits that have been set to human capacities of knowledge that is looked upon as highly presumptuous. Those who make such objections, entirely disregard the fact that a development of the human powers of knowledge has to precede the higher knowledge. What lies beyond the limits of knowledge before such a development is after the awakening of faculties slumbering in each human being that is entirely within the realm of knowledge. Your point in this connection, must indeed, not be neglected. You could say, of what use is it to speak to people about things for which their powers of knowledge are not yet awakened, and that are therefore still closed to them? But this is also the wrong way to look at it. One requires certain faculties to find out the things referred to, but if after having been found out, they are made known, every person can understand who is willing to bring with them unprejudiced logic and a healthy instinct for truth. In this book the things made known are of no other kind than such as can produce the impression that through them, the riddle of human life and the phenomena of the world can find a satisfying explanation. It can do this for anyone who allows thinking, that looks at all sides of a subject and is unclouded by prejudice, and has a feeling for truth that is free and sets no reserves to take effect. Let one merely place himself in the attitude of asking, if the things that are assessed here are true, and they do provide a satisfying explanation of life? Then you will find that the life of each human being supplies the proof. In order to be a teacher in these higher regions of existence, it is by no means sufficient that a person has developed the sense for them. Because that purpose is science and it is necessary, just as much as it is necessary for the teacher's calling in the region of ordinary reality. Higher seeing alone makes a knower in the spiritual realm just as little as healthy sensory organs make a scholar in regard to the sensible realities. And because in truth all reality, in the lower reality and the higher spiritual reality is only two sides of one and the same fundamental essence. Anyone who is unlearned in the lower branches of knowledge, will as a rule, remain that way in regard to the higher knowledge. This fact creates a feeling of responsibility that is immeasurable within him, who by a spiritual call, is destined to be a teacher in the spiritual regions of existence. It creates in him humbleness and shyness. But it should deter no one from occupying himself with the higher truths, not even him whose other circumstances of life afford no opportunity for the study of ordinary science. Because you can, indeed, fulfill your task as a human being without understanding anything of botany, zoology, mathematics, and other sciences, but you cannot, in the full sense of the word, be a human being without having, in some way or other, come near to a perception of the nature and destination of man that is revealed in the higher wisdom. The highest to which a man is able to look up to and reach he calls the divine, and he has to, in some way or other, bring his highest destination into connection with this divinity. For this reason the higher wisdom that reveals it to him, is his own body, and with it his destination, that may very well be called divine wisdom or theosophy. From this point of view indicated here, there will be sketched in this book an outline of the theosophical interpretation of the universe. The writer of it will present nothing that is not a fact for him, in the same sense as an experience of the outer world is a fact for eyes and ears and the ordinary intelligence. Indeed, an experience that will be dealt with as it becomes accessible to each person who is determined to tread the path of knowledge, is described in a special section of this work. Part 1. The Constitution of the Human Being. The following words of Goudas describes in a beautiful manner the starting point of one of the ways that the constitution of man can be known. When a person first becomes aware of the objects surrounding him, he observes them in relation to himself, and rightly so, because his whole fate depends on whether they please or displease him, attract or repel, and help or harm him. This quite natural way of looking at and judging things appears to be as easy as it is necessary. Nevertheless, a person that is exposed through it to 1,000 errors, that often causes him shame and bitterness in his life that makes it harder but not impossible. A far more difficult task some undertake, whose keen desire for knowledge urges them to strive to observe the objects of nature in themselves and in their relationships to each other, because they miss the gauge that could have helped them when they, as a person, regarded the objects in reference to themselves personally. They lack the gauge of pleasure and displeasure, attraction and repulsion, and usefulness and harmfulness. This gauge they had to reject entirely. They should as dispassionate, and so to speak, divine beings seek and examine what is, and not what gratifies them. This is the true botanist that should not be affected either by the beauty or by the usefulness of the plants. He has to study their structure and their relationship to the rest of the vegetable kingdom, and just as they are one and all enticed forth and shined upon by the sun, so should he with an equable quiet glance look at and survey them all and obtain the gauge for this knowledge and the data for his deductions, not out of himself, but from within the circle of things that he observes. The thought that is expressed by Gouda directs our attention to three kinds of things. First, the objects concerning that information that continually flows to man through the doors of his senses, those that he touches, smells, tastes, hears, and sees. Second, the impressions that these make on him, and record themselves as his pleasure and displeasure, and his desires or rejections, according to, as he finds one harmonious and another inharmonious, one useful and another useless or harmful. Third, the knowledge and the experiences that he, as a so to speak divine being, gains concerning the objects, the secrets of their activities and their being that unveils themselves to him. These three regions are distinctly separate in human life, and man thereby it becomes aware that he is interwoven with the world in a threefold way. The first way is something that he finds present and accepts it as a given fact. Through the second way he makes the world his own business, and into something that has a significance for himself. The third way he regards as a goal toward which he is unceasingly to strive. Why does the world appear to man in this threefold way? The simplest consideration will explain that as I cross a meadow covered with flowers, the flowers make their colors known to me through my eyes. This is the fact that I accept as a given. I rejoice in the splendor of the colors. Through this I turn the fact into a business of my own. By means of my feelings I link the flowers with my own existence. A year after I go again over the same meadow. Other flowers are there. New joy arises in me through them. My joy of the former year will appear as a memory. It is in me, even though the object that aroused it in me is gone. But the flowers that I now see are of the same species as those I saw the year before. They have grown in agreement with the same laws as did the others. If I have enlightened myself regarding this species and these laws, I find them again in the flowers of this year as I recognize them in those of the former year, and I will perhaps inspire myself as follows: the flowers of last year are gone, and my joy in them remains only in my remembrance, that is bound up with my existence alone. However, what I recognized in the flowers of the former year and recognize again this year, will remain as long as these flowers grow. This is something that has revealed itself to me, but is not dependent on my existence in the same way as my joy is. My feelings of joy remain inside of me by the laws, but the being of the flowers remains outside of me in the world. Man continually links himself in this threefold way with the things of the world. You should not for the time being read anything into this fact, but merely take it as it presents itself. It makes it evident that man has three sides to his nature. This and nothing else will for the present be indicated here by the three words body, soul, and spirit. He who connects any preconceived meanings or even hypotheses with these three words will necessarily misunderstand the following explanations. By body is meant that by the things in the environment of a man that reveals themselves to him, as in the example just cited, in the flowers of the meadow. By the word soul is signified by the things that he links to his own being, through which he experiences pleasure and displeasure, desire and rejection, or joy and sorrow. By spirit is meant what becomes seen within him, as Buddha expressed it, when he looks at things as a so to speak divine being. In this sense the human being consists of body, soul, and spirit. Through his body man is able to place himself, for the time being, in connection with things. Through his soul he retains in himself the impressions that they make on him, and through his spirit that reveals itself to him by the things that are retained in them. Only when you observe man in these three aspects can you hope to gain light on his whole being. Because these three aspects show him to be related in a threefold way to the rest of the world. Through his body he is related to the objects that present themselves to his senses from without. The materials from the outer world that compose this body of his and the forces of the outer world that work in it also. And just as he observes the things of the outer world with his senses, he can also observe his own bodily existence. But it is impossible to observe the soul's existence in the same way, because all occurrences are connected with my body that can be perceived with my bodily senses. My likes and dislikes, and my joy and pain, that only I can know and feel, because no one else can perceive with my bodily senses. The region of the soul is one that is inaccessible of bodily perception. The bodily existence of a man is seen to all eyes, and the only existence he carries within himself is his world. However, through the spirit the outer world is revealed to him in a higher way. Indeed, the mysteries of the outer world unveils themselves in his inner being, but he steps in the spirit outside of himself, and lets the things speak about themselves, about what has significance not for himself but for them. Man looks up at the starry heavens, and at the delight of his soul experiences that belongs to him, and the eternal laws of the stars that he comprehends in thought and in spirit, that does not belong to him but to the stars themselves. Then man is the citizen of three worlds. Through his body he belongs to the world that he perceives, through his soul he constructs for himself his own world, and through his spirit a world has revealed itself to him that is exalted above both the other worlds. It is evident that because of the essential differences of these three worlds, You can obtain a clear understanding of them and of man's share in them, only by means of these three different modes of observation. Chapter 1. The corporeal being of man. You learn to know the body of man through the bodily senses, and the way of observing it can differ in no way from that by which you learn to know other objects. It is perceived by the senses. As you observe minerals, plants, and animals, so you can observe man also. He is related to these three forms of existence. Like the minerals that he builds his body out of in nature, like the plants that he grows and propagates his species with, he perceives the objects around him. Unlike the animals, he forms an opinion on the basis of the impressions that they make on his inner senses and experiences. You may therefore refer to man as a mineral, a plant, and an animal of existence. The difference in the structure of minerals, plants, and animals corresponds with these three forms of existence. And it is this structure, and this shape that you perceive through the senses that you alone can call the body. But the human body is different from that of the animal. This difference that everybody must recognize, whatever may be his opinion in other respects, regarding the relationship of man to animals. Even the most radical materialist who denies all souls will not be able to avoid agreeing with the following sentence, that Carus speaks in his Organon der Natur and des Geistes, that is the finer inner construction of the nervous system, and especially of the brain, that remains as yet an unsolved mystery to the physiologist and the anatomist. But this concentration of the structure increases more and more in the animal, and in man it reaches a stage unequaled in any other being. That is a fully established fact, a fact that is of the deepest significance in regard to the spiritual evolution of man, of which indeed, we may frankly say, that it is a sufficient explanation. Therefore, where the structure of the brain has not developed properly, and where its smallest poverty show themselves, as in the case of idiots and microcephaly, that is infants with a smaller head than normal, that has an abnormally small brain, it goes without saying, that you can expect little in the appearance of original ideas and of knowledge, just as you cannot expect propagation of species in people with completely stunted organs of reproduction. On the other hand, a strong and beautiful construction of the whole person, especially of the brain, will certainly not in itself take the place of a genius, but it will at any rate supply the first and indispensable requirement for higher knowledge. Just as you attribute to the human body and the three forms of existence, mineral, plant, and animal, you must now attribute it to still be with a fourth body, that is the distinctively human form. Through his mineral form of existence man is related to everything visible. Through his plant-like form of existence, he is related to all beings that grow and propagate their species. Through his animal existence to all those that perceive their surroundings, and by means of external impressions have inner experiences. Through his human form of existence he constitutes, even in regard to his body alone, a kingdom of himself. Chapter 2. The soul being of man. The soul being of man differs from his corporal body, through being his own inner world. This inner world is different to each person. Each person faces their inner world the moment they direct their attention to the simplest sensation. You find, in the first place, that no one can know if another person perceives even the simplest sensation in exactly the same way as anyone else does. It is known that there are people who are colorblind. They see things only in different shades of gray. Others are partially colorblind. They are unable, because of this, to perceive certain shades of colors. The picture of the world that their eyes give to them is different from that of a so-called normal person. And the same holds true in regard to the other senses. Therefore, it will be seen, without further elaboration, that even simple sensations belong to the inner world. I can perceive with my bodily senses the red table that another person also perceives, but I cannot perceive his sensation of red. You must therefore describe sensation as belonging to the soul. If you grasp this fact alone quite clearly, you will soon cease to regard inner experiences as mere brain processes or something similar. The first result of sensation is feeling. Your sensations cause you pleasure or displeasure. These are the stirrings of your inner body and your soul life. Man creates in his feelings a second world, in addition to that which works on him from without, and a third world is added to this, that is the will. Through it man reacts on the outer world, and he thereby it stamps the impression of his inner being on the outer world. The soul of man flows outward into the activities of his will. The actions of the human being are different from the occurrences of the outer nature, in that they bear the impression of his inner life. In this way the soul represents what is man's own, in contradistinction to the outer world. He receives from the outer world the incitements, but he creates, In responding to these incitements, a world of his own. The corporal body becomes the foundation of the whole being of man. Chapter 3. The spiritual being of man. The whole being of man is not determined by the body alone. Man does not wander aimlessly and without a goal from one sensation to another, neither does he act under the influence of every casual incitement directed on him either from without or through the processes of his body from within. He thinks about his perceptions and his acts, and by thinking about his perceptions he gains knowledge of things, and by thinking about his acts he introduces a reasonable coherence into his life. He also knows that he will fulfill his duty as a human being, only when he lets himself be guided by correct thinking and knowledge as well as in acts. Therefore, the soul of man faces a twofold necessity. The laws of the body governs it in agreement with the necessities of nature, but it allows itself to be governed by the laws that guide it to exact thinking, because it voluntarily acknowledges their necessity. Nature subjects man to the laws of the change of matter, but he subjects himself to the laws of thought. By this it means, that he makes himself a member of a higher order than that to which he belongs to, through his body. And this order is the spiritual. The soul is as different from the body as the body is different from the soul. So long as you only speak of the particles of carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen, that stir in the body, you do not have the soul in mind. The soul life only begins within the motion of these particles. When sensations appear, you can say, I taste sweetness or I feel pleasure. Just as little as you can have the spiritual in mind when you consider merely the main experiences that course through a man who gives himself over entirely to the outer world and to his bodily sensations. Rather, this soul life is merely the basis for the spiritual life, just as the body is the basis of the soul life. The naturalist or investigator of nature has to do with the body, the investigator of the soul is with the soul, and the investigator of the spirit has to do with the spirit. To realize what you are to yourself, this becomes clear as to the difference between body, soul, and spirit. That is a requirement that must be demanded from those who wish, by thinking, to enlighten themselves, regarding the constitution or basic principles of man. Chapter 4. Body, Soul, and Spirit. Man can enlighten himself in a correct way, concerning himself only when he grasps the significance of thinking within his being. The brain is the bodily instrument for thinking. Just as man can only see colors with a properly constructed eye, so the suitably constructed brain serves him for thought. The whole body of man is formed so that it receives its crown in the organ of the spirit, that is the brain. You can only understand the construction of the human brain by observing it in relation to its task, that consists in being the instrument or tool for the thinking spirit. This is borne out by a comparative survey of the animal world. Among amphibians we find the brain small in comparison with the spinal cord. In mammals it is proportionately larger. In man it is the largest in comparison with the rest of the body. There are as many prejudices prevalent regarding such statements about thinking, as are brought forward here. Many people are inclined to undervalue thinking, and to place a higher value on the warm life of feeling or emotion. Indeed, some say, it is not by dry thinking but by warm feelings, by the immediate power of the emotions, that you raise within yourself to higher knowledge. People who speak this fear need to numb the feelings by clear thinking. This certainly results only from the ordinary thinking that refers to the matters of utility. But in the case of thoughts that lead to higher regions of existence, the opposite is the result. There is no feelings and no enthusiasm to be compared with the sentiments of warmth, beauty, and exaltation that are aroused through the pure, crystal clear thoughts that refer to the higher worlds. Because the highest feelings are, as a matter of fact, not those that come from themselves, but of those that are gained by energetic and persevering thinking. The human body has a construction adapted to thinking. The same materials and forces that are present in the mineral kingdom are also combined in the human body, that by means of these combinations, thought can show itself. This mineral construction is formed as a suitable instrument for its work that will be called on in the following pages, that is the physical body of man. In theosophical literature it is called sthula sharira. This organized mineral construction with the brain as its center comes into existence by propagation, and reaches its developed form through growth. Propagation and growth man has in common with plants and animals. Propagation and growth distinguishes what is living from the lifeless mineral. What lives comes forth from the living by means of the germ. The descendant follows the forefathers in the succession of the living. The forces through which a mineral originates we must look for in the materials themselves that composes it. A quartz crystal is formed by the forces united in it, and is inherent in the silicon and oxygen. The forces that shape an oak tree, we must look for, in a roundabout way, in the germ, in the mother and father plants. The form of the oak is preserved through propagation from forefathers to descendants. There are inner determining forces innate in all that is living. It was a crude view of nature that held that the lower animals, even fish, could evolve out of mud. The form of the living passes itself on by means of heredity. The manner in which a living being develops depends on what father and mother beings it has sprung from, or in other words, on the species to which it belongs to. The materials of which it is composed of changes continually as the species remains during life, and is transmitted to the descendants. So the species is what conditions the organizing and molding of the materials. This species-forming force will be called life force here, but in theosophical literature it is called prana. Just as the mineral forces express themselves in crystals, so the life forces express itself in the species and form of plant and animal life. The mineral forces are perceived by man by means of the bodily senses, and he can only perceive what he has the senses for. Without the eye there is no perception of light, and without the ear there is no perception of sound. The lowest order of organic beings have only a kind of sense of touch. For these there exist only those mineral forces of which the sense of touch enables them to become aware. In proportion, the other senses are developed in the higher animal, that is the surrounding world, that is richer and more varied for them. Therefore, it depends on the organs of a being whether what exists in the outer world exists also for the being itself in the inner world, as perception or as sensation. What is present in the air as a certain motion becomes in man the sensation of hearing. Man does not perceive the manifestations of the life force through the ordinary senses. He sees the colors of the plants, he smells their perfume, but the life force remains hidden from this form of observation. But the ordinary senses have just as little right to deny the existence of the life force, as the man born blind has to deny that colors exist. Colors are there for the person born blind, but just as soon as he has been operated on, in the same way that the life force, as in creating the various species of plants and animals that is created by it, that is present to man as an object of perception, and as soon as the necessary organ unfolds within him, an entirely new world opens up to man through the unfolding of this organ. He now perceives, not merely the colors, the odors, etc., of the beings, but he sees these beings themselves. In each plant, and in each animal, he perceives, besides the physical form, the life-filled spirit form. In order to have a name for this spirit form, we'll call it the ether body, or life body. To the investigator of spiritual life this matter presents itself in the following way. The ether body is for him, not merely a product of the materials and forces of the physical body, but a real independent entity that first calls forth these physical materials and forces into life. You speak in harmony with spiritual science when you talk about a mere physical body, and a crystal, for example, has its form by means of the physical formative forces dwelling within it. A living body does not have its form by means of these forces that we call life force. Because in the moment that life is extinct in it, and it is given over to the physical forces only, it falls to pieces. The ether body is an organism that preserves the physical body from dissolution in every moment during its life. In order to see this body, we have to perceive it in another being, but you are required to be awakened and have a spiritual eye. Without this, you cannot accept its existence as a fact on logical grounds, but you can see it with the spiritual eye as you see a color with the physical eye. You should not take offense at the expression ether body. Ether here designates something different from the hypothetical ether of the physicist. You should regard the thing simply as a name for what is described here, and just as the physical body of man is constructed in conformity with its set task, so it is also in conformity with the ether body of man. Also, you can only understand it when you observe it in relation to the thinking spirit. The ether body of man differs from that of plants and animals through being organized, so as to serve the requirements of the thinking spirit. Just as man belongs to the mineral world through his physical body, he belongs to the life world through his ether body. After death the physical body dissolves into the mineral world, and the ether body into the life world. In theosophical literature the human ether body is called linga sharira. By the word body, it is designated in any way that gives a being shape or form. The word used in this sense must not be confused with the word body when used to designate physically sensible bodies. Used in this sense is the term body that can also be applied to forms that the soul and spirit may assume. In the life body we still have something external to man, because with the first stirrings of sensation in the inner self that responds to the excitement of the outer world. You may trace what one is justified in calling the outer world ever so far, but you will not be able to find the sensation. Rays of light stream into the eye, penetrating until they reach the retina. There they call forth chemical processes in the so-called visual purple. The effect of this stimulus is passed on through the optic nerve to the brain, and their further physical processes arise. If you could observe these you would see more physical processes, just as elsewhere in the physical world. If I am able to observe the ether body, I will be able to see how the physical brain process is working at the same time as a life process. But the sensation of blue color that the recipient of the rays of light have, I can find nowhere in this manner. It arises only within the soul of the recipient. Therefore, if the being of the recipient consisted only of the physical body and the ether body, sensation could not exist. The activity by which sensation becomes a fact differs essentially from the operations of the life force. By this activity an inner experience is called forth from these operations. Without this activity there would be a mere life process, such as you observe in plants. If you try to picture how a human being receives impacts from all sides, you must think of him at the same time as the source of the above-mentioned activity that streams out toward every point from which he received these impacts. Sensations respond in all directions, due to the impacts. This fountain of activity is to be called the sentient soul. It is the same as that which in theosophical literature is called karma. This sentient soul is just as real as the physical body. If a man stands before me and I disregard his sentient soul by thinking of him as merely a physical body, it is exactly as if I were to call up in my mind, instead of a painting, merely the canvas. A similar statement has to be made in regard to perceiving the sentient soul as was previously made in reference to the ether body. The bodily organs are blind to it, and blind to it is also the organ, by which life as life can be perceived. But just as the ether body is seen by means of this organ, the inner world of sensation itself can be seen through a still higher organ. A man then not only senses the impressions of the physical and life worlds, but he beholds the sensations themselves. Before a man with such an organ, that the world of the sensations and of other beings is spread out like an open and illegible book for him. You must distinguish between experiencing your own sensation world, and looking at the sensation world of another. Every man of course can see into his own sensation world, but only the seer with the open spiritual eye can see the sensation world of another. Unless a man is a seer, he knows the sensation world only as an inner you, and only as the peculiar hidden experiences of his own soul. But with the open spiritual eye there shines out before him the external spiritual gaze, of what otherwise lives only in the inner being of another. The sentient soul, in regards to its activity, depends on the ether body because it draws from it that which will cause it to gleam forth as a sensation. And since the ether body is the life within the physical body, the sentient soul is indirectly dependent on the ether body. Only with correctly functioning and well-constructed eyes, are correct color sensations possible to see. It is in this way that the corporal body affects the sentient soul. The corporal body is then determined and limited in its effectiveness by the body. Therefore, it lives within the limitations fixed for it by the corporal body. The body accordingly is built up of a material that is vitalized by the ether body and itself limits the sentient soul. Therefore, he who has the above-mentioned organ for seeing the sentient soul, sees it limited by the body. But the limits of the sentient soul do not coincide with those of the physical body. The soul extends somewhat beyond it. By this you can see that it proves itself more powerful than the physical body, but the force through which its limits are set proceeds from the physical body. So that between the physical body and the ether body on the one hand, and the sentient soul on the other, there inserts itself another distinct member of the human constitution. This is the soul body or sentient body. It is called in theosophical literature the astral shape, or kama rupa. Rupa signifies form or shape. You can also say, a part of the ether body is finer than the rest, and this finer part of the ether body forms a unity with the sentient soul, whereas the coarser part forms a kind of unity with the physical body. Nevertheless, as it has been said, the sentient soul extends beyond the soul body. What is called sensation here is only a part of the soul being. The expression sentient soul is chosen for the sake of simplicity. Connected with sensations are the feelings of desire and aversion, impulses, instincts, and passions. All this bears the same character of the individualized life, as do the sensations that is like them dependent on the corporal body. Just as the sentient soul enters into mutual action and reaction with the body, it also does with thinking and with the spirit. Thought, among other things, is of immediate service to it, and man forms thoughts about his sensations. In this way he enlightens himself regarding the outside world. The child that is burnt itself thinks it over, and reaches the thought that fire burns. Also man does not blindly follow his impulses, instincts, and passions, he has thought them over and brings about the opportunity by which he can gratify them. What you call material civilization moves entirely in this direction. It consists in the services that thinking renders to the sentient soul. A tremendous immeasurable quantity of thought power is directed to this end. It is thought power that has built ships, railways, telegraphs, telephone, and by far the greatest proportion of all this serves only to satisfy the needs of the sentient soul. Thought force permeates the sentient soul in a similar way, in which the life force permeates the physical body. Life force connects the physical body with the forefathers and descendants, and then brings it under a system of laws with which the purely mineral body is in no way concerned. In the same way that thought force brings the soul under a system of laws to which it does not belong to as a mere sentient soul, so through the sentient soul, man is related to the animals. In animals we also observe the presence of sensations, impulses, instincts, and passions, but the animal obeys these immediately. In this case they do not become interwoven with independent thoughts causing you to transcend and go beyond the immediate experience. This is also the case to a certain extent with undeveloped human beings. The mere sentient soul is therefore different from the evolved higher members of the soul that brings thinking into its service. This soul that is served by thoughts will be called the intellectual soul. You could also call it the emotional thought soul. Theosophical literature calls it kama manas, and the intellectual soul permeates the sentient soul. Therefore, he who has the organ for seeing, this soul sees the intellectual soul as a separate entity, that is distinct from the mere sentient soul. By thinking, man is raised above and beyond his own personal life. He acquires something that extends beyond his soul. He comes to take for granted his convictions, that the laws of thought are in conformity with the laws of the world, and he feels at home in the world because this conformity exists. This conformity is one of the important facts through which man learns to know his own nature. Man searches in his soul for truth, and through this truth it is not only the soul that speaks, but the things of the world. What is recognized as truth by means of thought has an independent significance that refers to the things of the world, and not merely to your own soul. My delight in the starry heavens is part of my own inner being. The thoughts that I form for myself about the courses of the heavenly bodies have the same significance for the thinking of every other person, as they have for me. It would be absurd to speak of my delight were I not in existence, but it is not in the same way absurd to speak of my thoughts without reference to myself. Because the truth that I think today was true yesterday and will also be true tomorrow, although I concern myself with it only today. If a piece of knowledge gives me joy, the joy has significance just so long as it lives in me. The truth of the knowledge has its significance quite independently of the joy. By grasping the truth, the soul connects itself with something that carries its worth into itself, and this worth does not vanish with the feeling in the soul, any more than it rose with it. What is really truth neither rises nor passes away, because it has a significance that cannot be destroyed. This is not contradicted by the fact that certain human truths have a value that is transitory, inasmuch as they are recognized after a certain period as partial or complete errors. Man must say to himself that truth, after all, exists in itself, although his conceptions are only transient forms of manifestation of the eternal truth. Even he who says, like Lessing, that he contents himself with the eternal striving toward truth, because the full pure truth after all, can only exist for a God that does not deny the eternity of truth, but establishes it by such a speech. Because only what has an eternal significance in itself can call forth an eternal striving after it. If truth were not, in itself independent, if it acquired its worth and significance through the feelings of the human soul, then it could not be the common goal for all mankind. You acknowledge your independent being by the very fact that you wish to strive after it. And as it is with the truth, so it is with the truly good. The moral good is independent of tendencies and passions, inasmuch as it does not allow himself to be controlled by them, but commands them. Likes and dislikes, desire and loathing belong to the personal soul of man, but duty stands higher than likes and dislikes. Duty may stand so high in the eyes of a man that he will sacrifice his life for its sake, and a man stands the higher the more he has ennobled his tendencies, his likes and dislikes, so that without compulsion or subjection, they themselves obey the recognized duty. The moral good has like truth, its eternal value in itself, and does not receive it from the sentient soul. In causing the self-existent true and good to come to life in his inner being, man raises himself above the mere sentient soul. Then the eternal spirit shines into this soul. A light is kindled in it that is imperishable, and so long as the soul lives in this light, it is a participant of the eternal world. It unites its own existence with an eternal existence. What the soul carries within itself of the true and the good is immortal, that is what shines forth in the soul is eternal, that is to be called here the consciousness soul. Consciousness can be spoken of even in connection with the lower soul stirrings. The most ordinary everyday sensation is a matter of consciousness. To this extent animals also have consciousness. The kernel of human consciousness, that is the soul within the soul, that is here meant by conscious soul. The conscious soul is accordingly differentiated from the intellectual soul, as still another distinct member of the human soul. The intellectual soul is still entangled in the sensations, the impulses, the passions, and etc. Everyone knows how. At first a man believes that to be true, but owing to his feelings, prefers that only truth that is permanent, that has freed itself from all taint of such feelings as sympathy and antipathy. This truth is true, even if all personal feelings revolt against it. The part of the soul that this truth lives in will be called conscious soul. So even as you had to distinguish the three members in the body, now also you have to distinguish the three in the soul, that is the sentient soul, intellectual soul, and conscious soul. And just as the corporal works from below upward with a limiting effect on the soul, so does the spiritual works from above downward into it, expanding it. Because the more the soul fills itself with the true and the good, the wider and the more comprehensive becomes the eternal in it. To him who is able to see the soul, that is the splendor that goes out from a human being, because his eternal soul is expanding, that is just as much a reality as the light that streams out from a flame that is real to the physical eye. For the seer, the corporeal man is only a part of the whole man. The body as the coarsest structure lies within others that interpenetrate both it and each other. The ether body fills the physical body as a double form, extending beyond this on all sides, that is to be seen as the soul body or astral shape. And beyond this, again extends the sentient soul, then the intellectual soul, that grows larger the more it receives into itself the true and the good. Because this true and good causes the expansion of the intellectual soul. A man living only and entirely according to his tendencies, such as his likes and dislikes, would have an intellectual soul, whose limits coincide with those of his sentient soul. These organizations, in the midst of which the physical body appears as if in a cloud, is called the human aura. In the course of the childhood of a human being, there comes a moment in which, for the first time, he feels himself to be an independent being, distinct from the whole rest of the world. For people with finely strung natures it is a significant experience. The poet Jean-Paul says in his autobiography, "I will never forget the event that took place within me, that I narrated to no one, and of which I can give place and time, when I stood present at the birth of my self-consciousness. As a very small child I stood at the door of the house one morning, looking toward the wood pile on my left, when suddenly the inner revelation, I am and I came to me like a flash of lightning from heaven and has remained shining ever since. In that moment my ego had seen itself for the first time." Any deception of memory is hardly to be conceived as possible here, because no narrations by outsiders could have introduced additions to an occurrence that took place in the Holy of Holies of a human being, and of which the novelty alone gave permanence to such everyday surroundings. It is known that little children say to themselves, "Charles is good," or "Mary wishes to have this." They speak of themselves as if of others because they have not yet become conscious of their independent existence, because the consciousness of the self is not yet born in them. Through self-consciousness man describes himself as an independent being, separate from all others, as I. In his I man brings together all that he experiences as a being in a body and soul. Body and soul are the carriers of the ego or I, and in them is what causes action. Just as the physical body has for its center, the brain, So has the soul its center, the ego. Man is aroused to sensations by impacts from without, feelings show themselves as the effects of the outer world, but the will relates itself to the outside world, in that it realizes itself in external actions. The ego is the peculiar and essential being of man that remains quite invisible. Excellently, therefore, does Jean-Paul call a man's recognition of his ego an occurrence taking place only in the veiled holy of holies of a man, because with his I man is quite alone. And this I is the man himself that justifies him in regarding his ego as his true being. He may therefore describe his body and his soul as the sheaths or veils within which he lives, and he may describe them as his tools through which he acts. In the course of his evolution he learns to regard these tools more and more as the servants of his ego. The little word I as it is used, for example, in the English and German languages, it is a name that differs from all other names. Anyone who reflects in an appropriate manner on the nature of this name will find that it forms an avenue to the understanding of the human being in a deeper sense. No other name can be applied to its corresponding objective, by all men in the same way. Anybody can call a table or a chair, but this is not so with the name I. No, you can use it in referring to another person, because each person can only call himself I. Never can the name I reach my ears from outside when it refers to me. Only from within, only through itself, can the soul refer to itself as I. When the human being says I to himself, something begins to speak in him that has nothing to do with any one of the worlds from which the sheaths that are so far mentioned are taken from. The I become more and more the ruler of body and soul. This also comes to visible expression in the aura. The more the I is lord over body and soul, the more numerous and complex are its members, and the more varied and rich are the colors of the aura. This effect of the I on the aura can be seen by the seeing person. The I itself is even invisible to him. This truly remains within the veiled holy of holies of a man. But the I absorb into itself the rays of the light that flames forth in a man as eternal light. As he gathers together the experiences of body and soul in the I, he also causes the thoughts of truth and goodness to stream into the I. The phenomena of the senses reveal themselves to the I from the one side, and the spirit reveals itself from the other. Body and soul yield themselves up to the I in order to serve it, but the I yields itself up to the spirit in order that it may be filled by the spirit. The I lives in the body and soul, but the spirit lives in the I or soul, and what there is of spirit in the I is eternal. Because the I receives its nature and significance from what is bound up in it. While it lives in the physical body, it is subject to the laws of the mineral world. Through its ether body it is subject to the laws of propagation and growth. By virtue of the sentient and intellectual souls it is subject to the laws of the soul world, and so far as it receives the spiritual into itself it is subject to the laws of the spirit world. That which is the mineral laws and the life laws, construct comes into being and vanishes, but the spirit has nothing to do with becoming and perishing. The I lives in the soul. Although the highest manifestation of the I belongs to the conscious soul, you must nevertheless say that this I, raying out from it, fills the whole of the soul, and through the soul affects the body, and in the I the spirit is alive and shines its rays into it and lives in it as in a sheath or veil, just as the I lives in its sheath, the body lives in its soul. The spirit develops the I from within, outward. The mineral world develops it from without, inward. The spirit forming an I and living as I will be called spirit self because it shows itself as the I, or ego, or self of man. Spirit self signifies the same as that which in theosophical literature is called higher manas. The Sanskrit word manas is related to the English word man, and the German word Mensch, and signifies the human being, in so far as he is a spiritual being. The difference between the spirit self and the conscious soul can be made clear in the following way. The conscious soul is the bearer of the self-existent truth that is independent of all antipathy and sympathy. The spirit self bears within it the same truth, but is taken up into and enclosed by the I or soul, that is individualized by the spirit self and absorbed into the independent being of the man. It is through the eternal truth becoming individualized and bound up in your being with the I, that the I itself or soul attains to eternity. The spirit self is a revelation of the spiritual world within the I, just as from the other side sensations are a revelation of the physical world within the I. In what is red, green, light, dark, hard, soft, warm, cold, you can recognize the revelations of the corporal world, and of what is true and good in the revelations of the spiritual world. In the same sense that the revelation of the corporal world is called sensation, let the revelation of the spiritual world be called intuition. Even the simplest thought contains intuition, because if you cannot touch it with the hands or see it with the eyes, you must receive its revelation from the spirit through the eye or soul. If an undeveloped and a developed man looks at a plant, there lives in the eye of the one something quite different from what is in the ego of the other, and yet the sensations of both are called forth by the same object. The difference lies in this, that developed man can make far more perfect thoughts about the object than the undeveloped man can. If objects revealed themselves through sensation alone, there could be no progress in spiritual development. Even the savage is affected by nature, but the laws of nature reveal themselves only to the thoughts fertilized by intuition of the more highly developed man. The excitement from the outer world is felt even by the child as incentives to the will, but the commandments of the morally good disclose themselves to him in the course of his development only as he learns to live in the spirit world and understands its revelations. Just as there could be no color sensations without physical sight, there could be no intuitions without the higher thinking of the spirit self, and as little as sensation creates the plant on which the color appears, so does intuition create the spiritual reality about which it is merely giving information. The eye of man that comes to life in the soul draws in messages from above, from the spirit world through intuitions, just as through sensations it draws in messages from the physical world. By doing this it makes the spirit world the individualized life of its own soul, even as it does the physical world by means of the senses. The soul or the eye flaming forth in its portals on two sides, toward the corporal and toward the spiritual. Now just as the physical world can only give information about itself to the ego, because it builds out of physical materials and forces a body that the conscious soul can live in and possess organs for perceiving the corporal world outside itself, so the spiritual world builds with its spiritual materials and spiritual forces, a spirit body that the eye can live in and through intuitions perceives the spiritual world. It is evident that the expression of the spirit body contains a contradiction according to the literal meaning of the word. It is only to be used in order to direct attention to what in the spiritual regions corresponds to the body of man in the physical world. Just as within the physical world each human body is built up as a separate being, it is the same with the spirit body within the spirit world. In the spirit world there is for man an inner and an outer world, just as there is in the physical world. As man takes in the materials of the physical world around him and assimilates them within his physical body, so does he take in the spiritual from the spiritual environment and make it into his own spiritual body. The spiritual is the eternal nourishment of man, and as man is born of the physical world, he is also born of the spiritual world through the eternal laws of the true and the good Creator. He is separated from the spirit world outside of him, as he is separated from the whole physical world, and as an independent being. This independent spiritual being will be called spirit man. It is the same as that which is called Atma in theosophical literature. If we examine the human physical body, we find the same materials and forces in it as we find outside it in the rest of the physical world. It is the same with the spirit man, because in it pulsates the elements of the external spirit world, and in it the forces of the rest of the spirit world are active, as when a being within the physical skin becomes a self-contained entity, living and feeling. All of this is also in the spirit world. The spiritual skin that separates the spirit man from the uniform spirit world that makes him an independent being within it, living a life within himself and perceiving intuitively the spiritual content of the world. This spiritual skin will be called spirit sheath. In theosophical literature it is called auric sheath. It must be kept clearly in mind that the spiritual skin expands continually with the advancing human evolution. So the spiritual individuality of man is his auric sheath that is capable of enlargement to an unlimited extent. The spirit man lives within this spirit sheath. It is built up by the spiritual life force in the same way as the physical body is by the physical life force. In a similar way to the way that you speak of an ether body, you must therefore speak of an ether spirit in reference to the spirit man. Let this ether spirit be called life spirit. The spiritual being of man therefore is composed of three parts: spirit man, life spirit, and spirit self. Atma, Buddha, and Manas are the corresponding expressions in theosophical literature. Because Buddha is the separated special life spirit that is formed by the spiritual life force, that is Buddha. For him who is a seer in the spiritual regions, this spiritual being of man is a perceptible reality, as the higher and truly spiritual part of the aura. He sees the spirit man as life spirit within the spirit sheath, and he sees how this life spirit grows continually larger by taking in spiritual nourishment from the spiritual external world. Further, he sees how the spirit sheath continually increases and widens out through what is brought into it, and how the spirit man becomes ever larger and larger. Because the difference between the spiritual and the physical being of man is that the physical has a limited size while the spiritual can grow to an unlimited extent. Whatever that is of the spiritual nourishment is absorbed has an eternal worth. The human aura is accordingly composed of two interpenetrating parts. Color and form are given to the you by the physical existence of man, and to the other by his spiritual existence. The ego forms the separation between them in this way, so that while the physical is after its own manner that gives itself to the building up a body that allows a soul to live and expand in it, and the ego gives itself to allowing it to live and develop in the spirit, so that for now its part permeates the soul and gives it the goal in the spirit world. Through the body the soul is enclosed in the physical, and through the spirit man the soul grows wings for its moving around in the spiritual world. In order to comprehend the whole man, you must think of him as formed of the components that is mentioned above. The body builds itself up out of the world of physical matter in such a way that the construction of it is adapted to the requirements of the thinking ego. It is penetrated with life force, and thereby it becomes the ether or life body. As such it opens itself up through the senses organs toward the outer world and becomes the soul body. This is the sentient soul that permeates and becomes one with the spirit. The sentient soul does not merely receive the impacts of the outer world as sensations. It has its own inner life that is productive through thinking on the one hand, as it does through sensations on the other. In this way it becomes the intellectual soul. It is able to do this by opening itself up to intuitions from above, as it does to sensations from below. Then it becomes the conscious soul. This is possible because the spirit world builds into it the organ of intuition, just as the physical body builds into it the senses organs. As the senses transmit sensations by means of the soul body, the spirit transmits its intuitions through the organ of the spirit man that is linked into a unity with the conscious soul, just as the physical body is linked with the sentient soul in the soul body. The conscious soul and spirit self form a unity. In this unity the spirit man lives as life spirit, just as the ether body forms the bodily life basis for the soul body, and as the physical body is enclosed in the physical skin, so is the spirit man in the spirit sheath. The members of the whole man is as follows. A. Physical body. B. Ether body. C. Soul body. D. Sentient soul. E. Intellectual soul. F. Conscious soul. G. Spirit self. H. Life spirit. I. Spirit man. Soul body, C, and sentient soul, D, are a unity in the earthly man, in the same way that the conscious soul, F, and spirit self, G, are a unity. Then there comes to be 7 parts in the earthly man. The expressions used in theosophical literature are as follows. 1. Physical body, Sthula Sharira. 2. Ether or life body, Linga Sharira. 3. Sentient soul body, astral body, Kama Rupa. 4. Intellectual soul, lower manas, Kama Manas. 5. Spirit-filled, conscious soul, higher manas. 6. Life spirit, spiritual body, Buddha. 7. Spirit man, Atma. The eye flashes forth in the soul and receives the infusion from out of the spirit, and thereby it becomes the bearer of the spirit man. Through this man that participates in the 3 worlds, the physical, the soul, and the spiritual. He takes root in the physical world through his physical body, ether body, and soul body, and grows through the spirit self, life spirit, and spirit man, all the way up into the spiritual world. The stalk that takes root in you and flowers is the soul itself. You can express this arrangement of the members of man in a simplified way, but one that is entirely consistent with the above description. Although the human eye flashes forth in the conscious soul, it nevertheless penetrates the whole soul being. The parts of this soul being are not as distinctly separate as the limbs of the body are, they penetrate each other in a higher sense. Then if you hold clearly in view the intellectual soul and the conscious soul, as the 2 members united to form the bearer of the eye and this eye as their kernel, you can divide man into a physical body, life body, astral body, and eye. The expression of the astral body here designates what is formed by the soul body and the sentient soul together, although the sentient soul is in a certain respect energized by the eye. Now when the eye penetrates itself with the spirit self, This spirit self comes into view in the transformation of the astral body, by a force within the soul. In the astral body, that is primarily active, and is the impulses, desires, and passions of man, in so far as they are felt by him, and the physical perceptions that also takes effect in it. Physical perceptions rise through the soul body, as a member in man that comes to him from the external world through impulses, desires, passions, and etc., that arise in the sentient soul, in so far as it is energized by the soul before the soul body has yielded itself to the spirit. If the I penetrates itself with spirit self, then the soul proceeds to energize the astral body with this spirit self that expresses itself in the illumination of the impulses, desires, and passions by what the I has received from the spirit. Then the I, through the power in the I, has gained as partaker of the spiritual world, becomes ruler in the world of impulses, desires, etc. In proportion to the extent to which it has become the spirit self, it appears in the astral body, and by this the astral body becomes transformed. The astral body itself then becomes visible, as a two-membered body, a non-transformed and a transformed body. Therefore, you can designate the spirit self as manifested and seen in man as a transformed astral body. A similar process takes place in a person when he receives the life spirit into his eye, then life body becomes transformed. It becomes penetrated with the life spirit, and the life spirit reveals itself in the life body and becomes quite other than it was. For this reason you can also say that the life spirit is transformed by the life body, and if the I receives the spirit man, it receives the strong force with which to penetrates the physical body. Naturally, that part of the physical body is then transformed and is not perceptible to the physical senses. It is in fact the part of the physical body that has been spiritualized and has become the spirit man. The physical body is then present to the physical senses as physical, and in so far as this physical is spiritualized, it has to be perceived by spiritual faculties of perception. To the external senses the physical, even when penetrated by the spiritual, appears to be merely sensible. Taking all this as a basis, you can also have the following arrangement of the members of man. 1. Physical body. 2. Life body. 3. Astral body. 4. I, as soul kernel. 5. Spirit self as transformed astral body. 6. Life spirit as life body. 7. Spirit man as physical body. Part 2. Re-embodiment of the spirit and destiny. Reincarnation and karma. In the middle between body and spirit lives the soul. The impressions that come to it through the body are transitory. They are present only as long as the body opens its organs to the things of the outer world. My eye perceives the color of the rose only so long as the rose is opposite to it and my eye is itself open. The presence of the things of the outer world, as well as of the bodily organs, is necessary in order that an impression, a sensation, or a perception can take place. But what I have recognized in my spirit as truth concerning the rose is it does not pass with the present moment, and as regards its truth, it is not in the least bit dependent on me. It would be true even if I had never stood in front of the rose. What I know through the spirit is timeless and eternal. The soul is placed between the present and eternity, in that it holds the middle place between body and spirit, but it is also the intermediary between the present and eternity. It preserves the present for the remembrance, it rescues it from destruction, and it brings it nearer to the eternity of the spiritual world. It stamps eternity on the temporal and impermanent by not merely yielding itself up to the transitory incitements, but by determining things from out of its own initiative, and embodying its own nature in them by means of the actions it performs. By remembrance the soul preserves yesterday, and by its actions it prepares for tomorrow. Otherwise, my soul would have to perceive the red of the rose always anew if it could not store it up in remembrance. What remains after an external impression is what can be retained by the soul, that is the conception. Through the power of forming conceptions the soul makes the corporal outer world, far into its own inner world, so that it can then retain it in the memory for remembrance, and independent of the gained impressions, that leads to a life of its own thereafter. The soul life then becomes the enduring result of the transitory impressions of the external world. But an action also receives permanence when it is stamped on the outer world. If I cut a branch from a tree, something has taken place by means of my soul that completely changes the course of events in the outer world. Something quite different would have happened to the branch of the tree if I had not interfered by my action. I have called forth into life a series of effects that without my existence would not have been present. What I have done today endures for tomorrow, because it becomes permanent through the deed, just as my impressions of yesterday has become permanent for my soul through memory. Let us first consider memory. How does it originate? Evidently in quite a different way from sensation or perception, because these are made possible by the corporal body. Without the eye I cannot have the sensation blue. But in no way do I have the remembrance of blue through the eye. If the eye is to give me this sensation now, a blue thing must come before it. The corporal would always allow impressions to sink back into nothingness if it alone existed. I remember, that is, I experienced something that is itself no longer present. I united a past experience with my present life. This is the case with every remembrance. Let us say, for instance, that I meet a man and recognize him again because I met him yesterday. He would be a complete stranger to me if I was not able to unite the picture perception with my impression of him today. The picture of today is given to me by the perception, that is to say, by my corporal memory. But who conjures that of yesterday into my soul? It is the same being in me that was present during my experience yesterday, that is also present in me today. In the previous explanations it has been called soul. Were it not for this faithful preserver of the past, each external impression would always be new to man. As preserver of the past, the soul continually gathers treasures for the spirit. That I can distinguish right from wrong follows, because as a human being I am a thinking being, able to grasp the truth in my spirit. Truth is eternal, and it can always reveal itself to me again in things, even if I were always to lose sight of the past, and each impression were to be a new one to me. But the spirit within me is not restricted to only the impressions of the present. The soul extends its horizon over the past, and the more it is able to bring to the spirit out of the past, the richer it makes the spirit, and in this way the soul transmits to the spirit what it has received from the body. Therefore, the spirit of man carries each moment of its life in a twofold possession within itself. First, in the eternal laws of the good and the true. Second, in the remembrance of the experiences of the past. What he does, he accomplishes under the influence of these two factors. If we wish to understand the human spirit, we must therefore know two different things about him. First, how much of the eternal has revealed itself to him. Second, how much treasure from the past is stored up within him. The treasure by no means remains in the spirit in an unchanged shape. The conceptions that man extracts from his experiences gradually fade from the memory, not so, however, their fruits do. You do not remember all the experiences you had during childhood when acquiring the arts of reading and writing. But you could not read or write if you had not had the experiences, and if their fruits had not been preserved in the form of abilities, that is the transformation that the spirit effects on the treasures of memory. It consigns the pictures of the separate experiences to their fate, and only extracts from them the force necessary for enhancing and increasing its abilities. Then your experience does not pass by unused, because the soul preserves each one as memory, and from each the spirit draws forth all that can enrich its abilities and the whole content of its life. The human spirit grows through assimilated experiences, and although you cannot find the past experiences in the spirit preserved as if in a storeroom, but you do find their effects in the abilities that the man has acquired. So far spirit and soul has only been considered within the period lying between life and death, but you cannot rest there. Anyone wishing to do that would be like the man who also observes the human body within the same limits only. A lot can certainly be discovered within these limits, but the human form can never be explained by what lies between birth and death. It cannot build itself up unaided out of mere physical matter and forces. It takes rise in a form like its own that has been passed on to it by propagation. Physical materials and forces build up the body during life, that is the forces of propagation that is enabled by another body by inheriting its form to proceed from it, that is to say, you that is able to be the bearer of the same life body. Each life body is a repetition of its forefathers. Only because it is as it appears, not in any chanced form, but in the form that was passed on to it. The forces that have given me human form lay in my forefathers, but the spirit of a man also appears in a definite form, and the forms of the spirit are the most varied imaginable in different people. No two men have the same spiritual form. If you should make an investigation into this region, in just as quiet and matter-of-fact a manner as in the physical world, it cannot be said that the differences in human beings, in spiritual respects, rise only from the differences in their environment, their upbringing, etc. No, This is by no means the case, because two people under similar influences, as regards environments, upbringing, etc., develop in quite different ways. You are therefore forced to admit that they have entered on their path of life with quite different predispositions. Here you are brought face to face with an important fact, that when its full bearing is recognized, it sheds light on the nature of man. Human beings differ from their animal fellow creatures on the earth, in regards to their physical form. But among each other, human beings are within certain limits, the same in regard to their physical form. There is only one human species, however great may be the differences between races, peoples, tribes, and personalities as regards the physical body. The resemblance between man is that man is greater than, between man and any other brute species. All that expresses itself as human species, passes on from forefather to descendants, and the human form is bound to this heredity. As the lion inherits its physical form from lion forefathers only, so does the human being inherits his physical body from human forefathers only. Just as the physical similarity of men is quite evident to the eye, the difference of their spiritual forms reveals itself to the unprejudiced spiritual gaze. There is one very evident fact that shows this clearly. It consists in the existence of the biography of a human being. Were a human being merely a member of a species, no biography could exist. A lion or a dove, that lay claim to interest in so far as they belong to the lion, and as the dove genus. You have understood the separate being in all its essentials when you have described the genus. It matters little whether you have to do with father, son, or grandson. What is of interest in them, father, son, and grandson, is what they have in common. What a human being signifies does not begin where he is as a mere member of a genus, but only where he is a separate being. I have not in the least understood the nature of Mr. Smith of Crowcorner if I have described his son or his father. I must get to know him in his own personal biography. Anyone who reflects accurately on the essence of biography becomes aware that in regard to spiritual things, each man is a species by himself. Those people, to be sure, who regard a biography merely as a collection of external incidents in the life of a person, may claim that they can write the biography of a dog in the same way as that of a man. But anyone who depicts in a biography the real individuality of a man, grasps the fact that he has in the biography of his own human being something that corresponds to the description of a whole genus in the animal kingdom. Now, if genus or species in the physical sense only becomes intelligible when you understand it as the result of heredity, the spiritual being can only be intelligible through a similar spiritual heredity. I have received my physical human form from my forefathers, where I have what comes to expression in my biography as physical man, is that I repeat the shape of my forefathers. What do I repeat as spiritual man? Anyone claiming that what is comprised in my biography requires no further explanation, has to be regarded as having no other course open to him than to claim equally, that he has seen somewhere on earth a mound on which the lumps of matter has aggregated quite by themselves into a living man. As physical man, I sprung up from other physical men, because I have the same shape as the whole human species. The qualities of the species accordingly, could be passed down to me within the genus. As a spiritual man I have my own shape, as I have my own biography. Therefore, I could have obtained this shape from no one but myself. Since I entered the world, not with undefined, but with defined predispositions, and since the course of my life, as it comes to be expressed in my biography that is determined by these predispositions, so my work on myself could not have begun with my birth. I must as a spiritual man, have existed before my birth. I have certainly not been existent in my forefathers, because they as spiritual human beings are different from me. My biography is not explainable through my forefathers. On the contrary, I must as a spiritual being, be the repetition of myself through whose biography can be explained. The physical form that Schiller bore he inherited from his forefathers, but just as little as Schiller's physical form could have grown out of the earth, so there is no chance that his spiritual being could have done so. It must be the repetition of another spiritual being through whose biography his will is explainable, as his physical human form is explainable through human propagation. Therefore, in the same way that the physical human form is forever again and again a repetition, and a reincarnation of the distinctively human species, the spiritual human being must be a reincarnation of the same spiritual human being, because as a spiritual human being, each one is in fact his own species. It might be said in objection to what has been stated here, that it is a pure spinning of thoughts, and such external proof might be demanded, as you are accustomed to in ordinary natural science? The reply to this is that the re-embodiment of the spiritual human being is naturally a process that does not belong to the region of external physical facts, but is one that takes place entirely in the spiritual region, and to this region not one of our other ordinary powers of intelligence can enter, except that of thinking. He who is unwilling to trust in the power of thinking can in fact, not enlighten himself regarding higher spiritual facts. For him whose spiritual eye is opened, the above train of thoughts acts with exactly the same force as does an event that takes place before his physical eyes. He who attributes to a so-called proof, that is constructed according to the methods of natural science, there is no greater power to convince than the above observations concerning the significance of biography. He may be in the ordinary sense of the word a great scientist, but from the paths of true spiritual investigation he is very far away. One of the gravest prejudices that consists in trying to explain the spiritual qualities of a man by his inheritance from father, mother, or other ancestors is he who contracts prejudice, for example, that Buddha inherited what constitutes his essential being from father or mother will at first be hardly approachable with arguments, because there lies within him a deep antipathy to unprejudiced observation, that is a materialistic spell that prevents him from seeing the relations of phenomena in the true light. In such observations as the preceding, the presuppositions are supplied for following the human being beyond birth and death. Within the boundaries formed by birth and death the human being belongs to the three worlds, of corporal, of soul, and of spirit. The soul forms the link between body and spirit because it penetrates the third member of the body, the soul body with a capacity for sensation, and because it permeates the first member of the spirit self becomes the conscious soul. In this way it takes part in a lot during life with the body as well as with the spirit. This comes to be the expression in its whole existence, because it will depend on the construction of the soul body and how the sentient soul can unfold its capabilities, and on the other hand how it will depend on the life of the conscious soul, and to what extent the spirit self can develop itself in it. The more highly developed the soul body is, the more complete the intercourse that the sentient soul will be able to develop with the outer world, and the spirit self will become so much the richer and more powerful for, the more the conscious soul brings it nourishment. It has been shown that during life this nourishment is supplied to the spirit self through assimilated experiences, and the fruits of these experiences, because the interaction of soul and spirit, that is described above, that can of course only take place where soul and spirit are within each other, penetrating each other, that is within the union of spirit self with conscious soul. Let us consider first, the interaction of the soul body and sentient soul. The soul body, as it has become evident, is the most finely elaborated part of the corporal body, but it nevertheless belongs to it and is dependent on it. The physical body, ether body, and soul body compose, in a certain sense, of your whole body. Hence the soul body is also drawn within the laws of physical heredity through which the body receives its shape. And since it is the most mobile, and so to speak, volatile form of corporal, it must also exhibit the most mobile, volatile manifestations of heredity. Therefore, while the difference in the physical body is the smallest, corresponding to races, peoples, and tribes, and while the ether body presents, on the whole, a supremacy likeness, although to a greater divergence in single individuals, but in the soul body the difference is a very great one. In it is expressed what you already feel to be the external, personal, uniqueness of a man. Therefore, it is also the bearer of that part of this personal uniqueness that is passed on from parents, grandparents, etc., to descendants. The soul as such, as has been explained, leads a completely self-contained life of its own. It shuts itself up with its tendencies and aversions, its feelings and passions, but as a whole being, it is nevertheless active, and therefore this whole comes to be expressed also in the sentient soul, and because the sentient soul penetrates, as it were, and fills up the soul body, the sentient soul forms itself according to the nature of the soul, and can in this way, as the bearer of heredity, pass on tendencies, passions, etc., from forefathers to children. On this fact rests what Buddha says, "From my father I have stature and the serious manner of life, from the little mother the joyous disposition and the love of romance." Genius, of course he did not receive from either. In this way we are shown what part of a man's soul qualities he hands over to the line of physical heredity. The matter and forces of the physical body are in the whole external physical nature around us. They are continually being taken from it and given back to it. In the space of a few years the matter that composes our physical body is entirely renewed. That this matter takes the form of the human body, and it is always renewing itself again within this body, this is due to the fact that it is held together by the ether body. And the form of the body is not determined by events between birth or conception and death alone, but is dependent on the laws of heredity that extend beyond birth and death. These soul qualities can also be transmitted by heredity, that is the process of physical heredity that receives an infusion from the soul, and is due to the fact that the soul body can be influenced by the sentient soul. Now, how does the interaction between body and soul proceed? During life the spirit is bound up with the soul in the way shown above. The soul receives from it the power of living in the good and the true Creator, and of thereby it bringing it into its own life, in its tendencies, impulses, and passions. The spirit itself is the expression. The spirit self brings to the eye from the world of the spirit, the eternal laws of the true and the good. These link themselves through the conscious soul, with the experiences of the soul's own life. These experiences themselves pass away, but their fruits remain. The spirit self receives a living impression by having been linked with them. When the human spirit approaches an experience similar to one that it has already been linked with, it sees in it something familiar, and is able to take up a different attitude toward it, than if it was facing it for the first time. This is the basis of all learning, and the fruits of learning, that is acquired capacities and abilities. The fruits of the transitory life is in this way engraved on the eternal spirit. Do we not see these fruits? Where it springs up in the innate predispositions and talents that is described above as characteristics of the spiritual man. Surely only from the capacities of one kind or another that the human being brings with him when he begins his earthly life. These capacities, in certain respects, resemble exactly those that we can also acquire for ourselves during life. Take the case of a genius. It is known that Mozart, when he was a boy, could write out from memory a long musical composition after hearing it only once. He was able to do this only because he could survey the whole at one glance. Within certain limits a man is also able during life to increase his capacity of rapid survey, of grasping combinations to such an extent that he then possesses new faculties. Indeed, Lessing has said of himself that by means of a talent for critical observation he had acquired for himself something that came near to being genius. One has either to regard such abilities as founded on innate capacities with wonder as miracles, or you must consider them as fruits of experiences that the spirit self has had through a previous soul life, that has been engraved on the spirit self. And since they have not been implanted in this life, they have been in a former one. The human spirit is its own species, that is just as real as a physical being that belongs to a species that transfers his qualities within the species, and so does the spirit within, that is its own species and is within itself. In each life the human spirit appears as a repetition of itself with the fruits of its former experiences in previous lives. This life is consequently the repetition of another, and brings with it what the spirit self, that has by work, acquired for itself in the previous life. When the spirit self absorbs something that can develop into fruit, it penetrates itself with the life spirit. Just as the life body reproduces the form, from genus to genus, so does the life spirit reproduce the soul from personal existence to personal existence. Then the experiences of the soul becomes enduring, not only lasting within the boundaries of birth and death, but out beyond death. But the soul does not only stamp its experiences on the spirit that flashes up in it, that has been shown, it also stamps them on the outer world through deeds. What a man did yesterday is today still present in its effects. A picture of the connection between cause and effect or karma is given in the simile of sleep and death. Sleep has often been called the younger brother of death. I get up in the morning because night has interrupted my consecutive activity. Now, under ordinary circumstances it is not possible for me to begin my activity again just as I like. I must connect it with my doings of yesterday, if there is to be order and coherence in my life. My actions of yesterday are the conditions predetermining those that I have to do today. I have created my fate of today by what I did yesterday. I have separated myself for a while from my activity, but this activity belongs to me and draws me again to itself. After I have withdrawn myself from it for a while, my past remains bound up with me as it lives on in my present, and will follow me into my future. If the effects of my deeds of yesterday were not to be my fate today, I would not have had to awake this morning, only to be newly created out of nothing. It would be absurd if under ordinary circumstances, I was not able to occupy a house that I have already had built for myself. The human spirit is just as newly created when it begins its earthly life, as a man is newly created every morning. Let us try to make clear to ourselves what happens when an entrance into this life takes place. A physical body, receiving its form through the laws of heredity, comes upon the scene. This body becomes the bearer of a spirit that repeats a previous life in a new form, and between the two stands the soul that leads a self-contained life of its own, but its unwillingness and tendencies, and also its wishes and desires minister to it, then it takes thought into its service. As a sentient soul it receives the impressions of the outer world and carries them into the spirit world, in order that the spirit may extract from them the fruits that are for eternity. It plays the part of intermediary and its task is fully accomplished when it is able to do this. The body forms impressions for the sentient soul that transforms them into sensations, and retains them in the memory as conceptions, and hands them over to the spirit to hold throughout eternity. The soul is really what man belongs to in his earthly life, but through his body he belongs to the physical human species. Through it he is a member of this human species, but with his spirit he lives in a higher world. The soul binds the two worlds together for a time, but the physical world on which the human spirit enters, is no strange field of action to it, and on it the traces of its actions are imprinted. Also something in this field of action belongs to the spirit, because it bears the impression of its being, and is related to it. As the soul has formally transmitted the impressions from the outer world to the spirit in order that they might become enduring in it, so now the soul as the spirit's organ converts the capacities that is presented by the spirit into deeds, that are also enduring through their effects. So the soul has actually flowed into these actions. In the effects of his actions man's soul lives on in a second independent life, and it is inevitable that the human spirit should again meet the effect of these actions, because only one part of my deeds are in the outer world, and the other is within myself. Let us make this clear by a simple example taken from natural science. Animals that once could have been seen migrated to the caves of Kentucky, and throughout their life in them, have lost their powers of sight. The existence in darkness has caused the eyes to be inactive. Consequently, the physical and chemical activity that is present when seeing takes place, is no longer carried on in these eyes. The stream of nourishment that was formerly expended on this activity now flows to other organs. These animals can now live only in these caves. By their action, and by their migration, they have created the conditions of their later lives. The immigration has become a part of their fate. A being that once acted different has united itself with the results of the action. It is the same with the human spirit. It is only by having been active that the soul could have transmitted certain capacities to it, and these capacities correspond to the actions. Therefore, by means of his actions, the human spirit has really carved out his fate. In a new life he finds himself linked to what he did in a former one. You may ask, how can that be? When the human spirit on reincarnating finds itself in an entirely different world from what it left at some earlier time. This question is based on a very superficial conception of the linking together of fate. If I change my scene of action from Europe to America, I find myself in entirely new surroundings. Nevertheless, my life in America depends entirely on my previous life in Europe. If I have been a mechanic in Europe, my life in America will shape itself quite differently from the way that it would have if I had been a bank clerk. In the one case I should probably be surrounded in America by machinery, and in the other by bank offices. In each case it is my previous life that decides my environment, because it attracts to itself, as it were, out of the whole surrounding world, those things that are familiar to it. It is the same with the spirit self. It inevitably surrounds itself in a new life, with that to which it is related to from previous lives. And it is on this account that sleep is a good likeness for death, because the man during sleep is withdrawn from the field of action in which his fate waits for him. While you sleep, an event in this field of action pursues their course. You have for a time no influence on this course of events. Nevertheless, our life on a new day depends on the effects of the deeds of the previous one. Our personality actually embodies or incarnates itself anew every morning in our world of action. What was separated from us at night, is on the next day, spread out around us. So it is with the actions of the former embodiments or incarnations of man. They are bound to him as his destiny, as the life in the dark caves remains bound up with the animals, who through migration into them, have lost their power of sight. Just as these animals can only live in the surroundings in which they have placed themselves in, so the human spirit can only live in the surroundings from the acts that it has previously created for itself. There can be no more appropriate comparison with death than that of sleep. I find that in the morning, a state of affairs that on the previous day I created that is brought about by the immediate progress of the events themselves. I find when I reincarnate myself in the surroundings that correspond with the results of my deeds in a previous life, that is brought about by the relationship of my reincarnated spirit with the things in the world around me. From this it stands out clearly, how the soul forms a member of the constitution of man that causes the physical body to be subject to the laws of heredity. On the contrary, the human spirit has to incarnate over and over again, and its law consists in its bringing over the fruits of the former lives into the following one. The soul lives in the present, but this life in the present is not independent of the previous lives that it has lived. Because the incarnating spirit brings its destiny with it from its previous incarnations, and this destiny decides the kind of life it lives. Whatever impressions the soul is able to acquire from what it wishes that will be able to be gratified, and what sorrows and joys spring forth from it, depends on the nature of the actions in the past incarnations of the spirit. For clarification, to incarnate is to take on bodily form, but to reincarnate is to be born again in a different body after death. The life of the soul is therefore the result of the self-created destiny of the human spirit. The course of man's life between birth and death is therefore determined in a threefold way, and he is by these means dependent in a threefold way on factors that lie on the other side of birth and death. The body is subject to the laws of heredity, and the soul is subject to a self-created fate. One calls this fate that is created by the man himself, his karma. The spirit is under the law of re-embodiment or reincarnation. You can accordingly express the relationship between spirit, soul, and body in the following way as well. The spirit is eternal, but birth and death have dominion over the corporal. According to the laws of the physical world, the soul life is subject to destiny, and links them together during an earthly life. All further knowledge of the being of man has to be preceded by getting to know these three worlds to which he belongs to, and they are dealt with in the following chapters. Thinking that takes up an unprejudiced attitude toward the phenomena of life, that is not afraid to follow the thoughts resulting in their final consequences, can by pure logic arrive at the conviction of the law of karma and reincarnation. Just as it is true for the seer with the open spiritual eye, that sees past lives like they are an open book, that opens up to him as experience, so it is true that the truth of it all becomes obvious to the unprejudiced reason. Part 3. The Three Worlds. Chapter 1. The Soul World. Our study of man has shown that he belongs to three worlds. From the world of the physical, the corporal is taken from the materials and forces for the building up his body, and he has knowledge of this world through the perceptions of his external physical senses. Anyone trusting these senses alone, and developing his perceptive abilities alone, can gain for himself no enlightenment concerning the two other worlds, that is the soul and the spiritual worlds. A man's ability to convince himself of the reality in a thing, or as a being, depends on whether he has an organ of perception and a sense for it. Of course, it may easily lead to misunderstandings if you call the higher organs of perception spiritual senses, as is done here, because in speaking of senses you involuntarily connect them with the thought that is physical. The physical world is in fact designated as the sensible, in contradiction to the spiritual. In order to avoid this misunderstanding, you must take into account that the higher senses are spoken of here only in a comparative or metaphorical sense. As the physical senses perceive the physical world, the soul and spiritual senses perceive the soul and spiritual worlds. The expression sense will be used as meaning simply an organ of perception. Man would have no knowledge of light and color had he not an eye able to sense light, and he would not know anything about sound had he not an ear able to sense sound. In this connection the German philosopher Lotze rightly says, without a light-sensing eye, and a sound-sensing ear, the whole world would be dark and silent. There would be in it just as little light or sound as there could be with a toothache, without the pain-feeling nerve of the tooth. In order to see what is said here in the right light, you need only to think of how entirely different the world must reveal itself to man on the one hand, and on the other to the lower forms of animal body life that is only a kind of touch sense or sense of feeling, that spreads over the whole surface of their bodies. Light, color, and sound certainly cannot exist for them in the same way as for beings gifted with ears and eyes. The vibrations that the firing of a gun causes may also have an effect on them if they reach them, but in order that these vibrations of the air should present themselves as a report, an ear is necessary, and an eye is necessary in order that certain processes in the fine matter that you call ether, that could reveal themselves as light and color. Man knows something about a being or a thing, only because through one of his organs he receives its effects. This relationship of man with the world of realities is brought out excellently by Goethe when he says, "It is really in vain that we try to express the nature of a thing, because we become aware of the effects, and then a complete history of them would embrace the nature of that thing. We endeavor in vain to describe the character of a man, but if we systematically correlate his actions and deeds with a picture of his character that will present the nature of the thing itself to us. Colors are the actions of light, actions and suffering, are indeed colors and light that is linked in the closest relationship, but we must think of them both as belonging to the whole of nature, because through them the whole of nature is engaged in revealing herself especially to the senses of the eye. In like manner nature reveals herself to another sense, nature speaks downward to other senses, to known, but misunderstood and unknown senses, and she then speaks with herself and to us through 1,000 phenomena. To the attentive she is nowhere, either dead or silent. It would not be correct were you to interpret this saying of Goethe's, as though by it, the possibility of knowing the essential nature of a thing was being denied. Goethe does not mean that you perceive only the effects of a thing, and that the being hides itself behind them. Rather, he means that you should not speak at all of a hidden being. The being is not behind its revelation, on the contrary, it comes into view through the revelation, but this being is in many respects so rich that it can reveal itself to other senses in still other forms. Because that which reveals itself belongs to that being only, on account of the limitations of the senses it is not the whole being. This point of view of Goethe's is entirely, the theosophical one. As in the body, the eye and ear develops into organs of perception, that turn into senses for corporal occurrences. So is man able to develop in himself, soul and spiritual organs of perception, through which the soul and spiritual worlds will be opened up to him? Because for those who do not have such higher senses, these worlds are dead and silent, just as for a being without eyes and ears in the corporal world that is dark and silent. It is true that the relation of man to these higher spiritual senses is rather different from his relations to the corporal senses. It is good Mother Nature who sees to it as a rule, that these are developed in him latter. They come into existence without his help. But for the development of his higher senses, he must work on himself, if he wishes to perceive the soul and spirit worlds. He must develop the soul and spirit as a nature that has developed in his body, so that he might perceive the corporal world around him and guide himself into it. Such a development of the higher organs that is not yet developed for us by nature herself is not unnatural, because in the higher senses all that man accomplishes, also belongs to nature. Only he who wishes to maintain that man should remain standing at the stage at which he left the hand of nature, that could be called the development of the higher senses that seems unnatural to him, that is the significance of these spiritual organs that is misunderstood, as indicated in the quotation from Goethe. Such a one might just as well oppose all education of man, because it also develops further the work of nature, and he would have to oppose special operations on those born blind. Because, almost the same thing happens to him who awakens his higher senses in himself, that is similar to the person born blind and is operated on. The world appears to him with new qualities, events, and facts, of which the physical senses reveal nothing to him. It is clear to him that through these higher organs he adds nothing randomly to the reality, but without them an essential part of this reality would have remained hidden from him. The soul and spirit worlds are not alongside or outside the physical world, and they are not separated in space from it, it is mixed in with the physical world. Just as with people born blind that are operated on, that the previously dark world rays out light and colors, so that the things that were previously only corporal phenomena, reveals their soul and spiritual qualities to him who is soul and spiritually awakened. However, in addition to this, the world then becomes filled with still other occurrences and beings that remain completely unknown to him whose soul and spirit senses are not awakened. The development of the soul and spirit senses will be spoken of in a more detailed way further on in this book. These higher worlds themselves will be described here, and anyone who denies the existence of these worlds, says nothing more than, he has not yet developed his higher organs. This is still the case with the greater part of mankind at the present stage of the world's evolution. But the evolution of man is not terminated at any one stage, it must always progress. This will be called the soul world, that is called in current theosophical literature the astral world, and the spirit world is called the mental world. We often involuntarily picture the higher organs as too similar to the physical self. You should understand quite clearly that in these organs this you has to do with spiritual or soul formations. Therefore, you should not expect that what you perceives in the higher worlds is only a vaporous rare matter. So long as you expect something of this kind, you can come to no clearer idea as to what is exactly meant by higher worlds. For many people it would not be at all as difficult as it actually is to know something about these higher worlds, that is the elementary part. That is to say, if they did not form the idea that what they are going to see again is merely a rare physical matter, because they assume something of this kind, and as a rule, they do not wish to acknowledge at all that this is the reality of what the essential part is. They look on it as an unreal thing, and refuse to acknowledge it as something that satisfies them, and instead of assuming that they know what it is, they should question what it is. The higher stages of spiritual development are certainly not easily accessible, but the lower stages, that is already a great deal easier, would not be at all so difficult to see if people would from the first free themselves from the prejudices that consists in them, and quit picturing themselves as the soul and spirit, but as merely a finer part of the physical body. Just as we do not totally know a man when we have formed a picture of his physical exterior only, also we do not know the physical world around us if we only know it in and with what the physical senses reveal to us. And just as a photograph becomes intelligible and living to us when we have become so intimately acquainted with the person photographed, as to know his soul, so we can really understand the corporal world only if we learn to know its soul and spiritual basis. For this reason it is advisable to speak here, first about the higher things of the soul and spirit worlds, and only then judge the physical from the theosophical standpoint. Certain difficulties are met with at this present stage of civilization, by anyone speaking about the higher worlds. Because this age is great above all things in the knowledge and conquest of the physical world. Our words have in fact received their stamp and significance, through being applied to this physical world. Nevertheless, we have to make use of these current words so as to form a link with something known. This opens the door to many misunderstandings on the part of those who wish to trust their external senses only. Also, a lot can only be expressed and indicated by means of similes and resemblances. This is so, because such similes are a means by which a man is at first directed to these higher worlds, and through which his own ascent to them is furthered. This will become evident in a later chapter, in which the development of the soul and spiritual organs of perception will be spoken of. To begin with, you must gain knowledge of the higher worlds by means of similes. Only then is man ready to acquire for himself the power to see into them. As to the matter and forces that compose and govern our stomach, our heart, our brain, our lungs, etc., comes from the physical world, so do our soul qualities, our impulses, desires, feelings, passions, wishes, sensations, etc., come from the soul world. The soul of the human being is a member of this world, just as his body is part of the physical world of bodies. Should you wish to begin by pointing out a difference between the corporal and soul worlds, you would say that the soul is in all its objects and entities much finer, more mobile, and flexible than the corporal. But it must be kept clearly in mind that on entering the soul world, you enter a world entirely different from the physical. Therefore, if coarser and finer is spoken of in this respect, readers must be fully aware that this one suggests, by means of a comparison, what is fundamentally different. It is the same with all that is said about the soul world, in words borrowed from the world of physical and corporal. Taking this into account, you can say that the formations and beings of the soul world consist in the same way as soul materials, and are directed in the same way by soul forces, as is the case in the physical world with physical materials and physical forces. Just as space extension and space movement is peculiar to corporal formations, so is excitement and impelling desire peculiar to the things and beings of the soul world. For this reason one describes the soul world as the world of desires and wishes, or as the world of longing. These expressions are borrowed from the human soul world. You must therefore hold clearly in view the things in those parts of the soul world that lie outside the human soul, that are just as different from the soul forces within it as the physical matter, and the forces of the external corporal world are different from the parts that compose the physical human body. Impulse, wish, and longing are names for the materials of the soul world. To this matter theosophical literature gives the name of astral. If you wish to refer specifically to the forces of the soul world, you speaks in Theosophy of karma. But it must not be forgotten that the distinction between matter and force cannot be as sharply drawn as in the physical world. An instinct and an impulse can be called force just as well as matter. On him who obtains a view of the soul world for the first time, the differences between it and the physical have a bewildering effect. But that is also the case when a previously inactive physical sense is being opened. The man born blind, when operated on, has first to learn to guide himself through the world that he has previously known, only by means of the sense of touch. Such a one, for example, sees the objects at first in his own eyes, then he sees them outside himself, but at first they appear to him as if painted on a flat surface. Only gradually does he grasp the perspective and the space distance between things. In the soul world entirely different laws prevail from those in the physical. Now there are many soul formations bound to those of the other worlds. The soul of man, for instance, is bound to the human body and to the human spirit. The occurrences that you can observe in it are therefore influenced at the same time by the body and the spiritual worlds. You have to take this into account in observing the soul world, that you must take care not to attribute to a law of the soul world occurrences, due to the influences of another world. For example, when a man sends out a wish that is produced by a thought, from a conception of the spirit whose laws it accordingly follows. You can formulate the laws of the physical world while ignoring, for example, the influence of man on its occurrences, and the same thing is possible with regard to the soul world. An important difference between the soul and physical occurrences can be expressed by saying that the interaction in the soul is much more inward than in the physical. In physical space there reigns the law of impact. When an ivory ball strikes another one that is at rest, the last one moves in a direction that can be calculated from the motion and flexibility of the first. In the soul space is the interaction of two forms that meet, and that depends on their inner qualities. If they are in empathy towards each other, they mutually connect with each other and grow together. But if they repel each other and if their beings conflict, they cannot grow together, and are not able to connect with each other or get to know one another. In physical space there are definite laws of vision. You see distant objects perceptibly diminishing. When you look down an avenue, the distant trees appear, according to the laws of perception, to stand at shorter distances from each other than the ones near you. In the soul space, on the contrary, all objects near and far appear to the clairvoyant, at those distances from each other that are due to their inner nature. This is naturally a source of the most varied mistakes for those who enter the soul world, and wish to become at home there by the help of the rules that they bring with them from the physical world. One of the first things that a man must do in order to make his way around the soul world, is to realize that you distinguish the various kinds of its forms in a similar manner to how you distinguish solid, liquid, air, or gaseous bodies in the physical world. In order to be able to do that, it is necessary to know the two basic forces that are the most important in it. They may be called sympathy and antipathy. The order to which a soul formation belongs to is decided by the manner in which these basic forces work in it. The force with which your soul formation attracts others and seeks to fuse with them, and to make its empathy with them effectual, that must be designated as sympathy. Antipathy, on the other hand, is the force with which soul formations repel others, and exclude each other in the soul world, and with which they assert their separate identity. The part played in the soul world by a soul formation depends on the proportions that these basic forces are present in it. You have to distinguish, in the first place, between three kinds of soul formations according to the manner in which sympathy and antipathy work in them. These kinds differ from each other in that sympathy and antipathy have in them definitely fixed mutual relationships. In all three both basic forces are present. Let us begin with a formation of the first kind. It attracts other formations in its neighborhood, by means of sympathy ruling in it, but besides this sympathy, there is at the same time present in it antipathy, through which it repels certain things in its surroundings. From the outside such a formation appears to be endowed with the forces of antipathy only. This, however, is not the case. There is sympathy and antipathy in it, but the antipathy predominates. It has the upper hand over the former. Such formations play a self-seeking role in the soul space. They repel a lot that is around them, and lovingly attract only little to themselves. They therefore move through the soul space as unchangeable forms. The force of sympathy that is in them appears greedy. This greed appears at the same time insatiable, as if it could not be satisfied, because the predominating antipathy repels so much of what approaches it, that no satisfaction is possible. Here we have to do with what is described in theosophical literature as the lowest part of the astral world. Should you wish to compare this kind of soul formation with something in the physical world, you can say that it corresponds with the solid physical bodies. This region of soul matter may be called burning desire. The manner in which this burning desire is mingled in the souls of animals and men determines in them what one calls the lower sensual impulses, and their dominating selfish instincts. The second kinds of soul formations are the kind that the two basic forces preserve a balance and accordingly, and antipathy and sympathy act with equal strength. They approach other formations with a certain neutrality and act on them as if related, but without especially attracting or repelling. They erect no solid barrier between themselves and their surroundings. They constantly allow other formations in their surroundings to act on them. You can therefore compare them with the liquids of the physical world, and there is nothing of greed in the way in which such formations attract others to themselves. The activity meant here is in the process, for example, when the human soul receives the sensation of a certain color. If I have the sensation of a red color that I receive to begin with as a neutral excitement from my surroundings, only when there is added to this the emotions of excitement and pleasure towards the red color does another soul activity come into play. What affects the neutral excitement is the emotions in the actions, and of the soul formations standing in such a mutual relationship, that sympathy and antipathy preserve in an equal balance. You will have to describe the soul matter that comes under observation here as perfectly flexible and flowing. Not self-seeking like the first one was, but it moves about the soul space in such a way that its being receives impressions from all directions, that shows itself to have an attraction with a lot that approaches it, that is an expression that may be used to designate it as flowing excitement. The third stage of soul formations is when sympathy has the upper hand over antipathy. Antipathy produces the self-seeking and self-assumptions, still this retires in the face of liking the things and the surroundings. Let us picture such a formation within the soul space. It appears as the center point of an attracting sphere that spreads over the objects in its surroundings. Such formations we must designate in a special sense as wish substance. This designation appears to be the right one, because the attraction, even through the existing antipathy, acts to bring the attracted objects within the soul formation's own sphere. The sympathy then receives a tone of selfishness. This wish substance may be likened to the air or gaseous bodies of the physical world. As a gas strives to expand on all sides, so does the wish substance spread itself out in all directions. Higher grades of soul substance render themselves distinguishable by the fact that, in them one of the basic forces, namely antipathy, retires completely, and sympathy alone shows itself as the one really effective. Now this is able to make its power felt within the parts of the soul formation itself. These parts mutually attract each other. The force of sympathy within a soul formation comes into expression in what we call liking, and each lessening of this sympathy of disliking. Disliking is only a lessening of liking, as cold is only a lessening of warmth. Liking and disliking is composed of what lives in man as the world of emotions in the narrow sense of the word. Feeling is the life and activity of the soul within itself. What we call the comfort of the soul depends on the way in which the feelings of liking and disliking, attraction and repulsion, interact within the soul. A still higher grade is occupied by those soul formations whose sympathy does not remain enclosed within the region of their own life. They also differ from the three lower grades, as does in fact the fourth, in that in them the force of sympathy has no antipathy opposing it to overcome. It is only through these higher orders of soul substance that the manifold variety of soul formations can unite and form a common soul world. In the cases where antipathy comes into play, the soul formation strives toward another thing for the sake of its own life and in order to strengthen and enrich itself by means of the other. Where antipathy is silent, the other thing is received as revelation and as information. This higher form of soul substance plays a similar role in the soul space, that is played out by light as seen in the physical space. It causes a soul formation to suck in the being or essence of others for their sakes, one could also say, to let itself be rayed on by them. Only by drawing on these higher regions are the soul beings awakened to the true soul life. Their dull life in the darkness opens outward, and begins itself by shining the ray of light out into the soul space, then the sluggish dull movement of the inner life that wishes to shut itself off through antipathy, when the substances of the lower regions are present, that becomes force and mobility, that only arises from within, and streaming pours itself outward. The flowing excitement of the second region is only effective when formations meet each other. Then indeed, the one streams over into the other, but contact is necessary here, because in the higher regions there prevails a free outraying and outpouring. Rightly does one describe the essential nature of this region as an outraying, Because the sympathy that is developed acts in such a way that you can use it as a symbol for it, in the expression taken from the action of light. The soul grieves from lack of the soul substances and of the higher regions that gives it life, the same as a plant degenerates in a dark cellar. Soul light, that is active soul force and the true soul life in the narrower sense belongs to these regions, and then pours themselves out to the soul beings. Therefore, you have to distinguish between 3 lower and 3 higher regions of the soul world, and these are linked by a fourth, that causes the results of the following division of the soul world. 1. Region of burning desire. 2. Flowing excitement. 3. Wishes. 4. Attraction and repulsion. 5. Soul light. 6. Active soul force. 7. Soul life. Through the first 3 regions, the soul formations receive their qualities according to the proportion of sympathy and antipathy in them, but through the 4th region, sympathy is prevailingly active within the soul formations themselves. Through the 3 highest, then the power of sympathy becomes ever more and more free, illumining and quickening the soul substances of this region that is floating through the soul space, awakening things, that if left to itself would lose itself in its own separate existence. For the sake of clearness it is here emphasized, though it should be clear, that these 7 divisions of the soul world do not represent regions separated from one another. Just as in the physical regions they are solid, liquid, and air or gaseous substances that is interpenetrated, so is burning desire, flowing excitement and the forces of the world of wishes in the soul world, and as in the physical world, warmth penetrates bodies and light illumines them, so it is the same in the case of the soul world, with desire and aversion, and with the soul light, and something similar takes place with regard to the active soul force and the true soul life. Chapter 2. The soul and the soul world after death. The soul is the connecting link between the spirit of man and his body. Its forces of sympathy and antipathy, that is owing to their mutual relationship, that bring about soul manifestations, such as desire, excitement, wish, liking, and dislike, etc., that are not only active between soul formations and other soul formations, but they show themselves also in relation to the beings of the physical and the spiritual worlds. While the soul lives in the body it participates, to a certain extent, in all that takes place in it. When the physical functions of the body proceed with regularity, there rises in the soul desire and comfort. If these functions are disturbed, aversion and pain arises. Also the soul has its share in the activities of the spirit too. Your positive thoughts fill it with joy, and negative thoughts fill it with pain, and a correct judgment has the approval of the soul, but a false one has its disapproval. The stage of the evolution of a man depends, in fact, on whether the tendencies of his soul move more in one direction or in another. A man is the more perfect the more his soul sympathizes with what he sees of the spirit, but he is more imperfect the more the tendencies of his soul is satisfied by the functions of the body. The spirit is the central point of man, and the body is the instrument by which the spirit observes and learns to understand the physical world, and through what he learns he acts on it in the physical world, but the soul is the intermediary between the two. Out of the physical impression that the vibrations of air makes on the ear, it awakens the sensing of the sound that it produces, and the pleasure that is in this tone. All of this it communicates to the spirit that then attains to the understanding of the physical world. A thought that arises in the spirit is changed by the soul into the wish to realize it, and only through this wish can it become a deed, with the help of the body as the instrument. Now man can only fulfill his destiny by allowing his spirit to direct the course of all his activity. The soul of itself can direct its tendencies just as well to the physical, as it can to the spiritual. It sends its feelers down into the physical as well as up into the spiritual. By sinking them into the physical world, its own being becomes penetrated and colored by the nature of the physical. But the spirit becomes able to act in the physical world, only through the soul that is the intermediary that also receives in this way the direction toward the physical. Its formations are drawn to the physical by the forces of the soul. Observe, for example, in the undeveloped man the tendencies of his soul that clings to the functions of his body. He only feels pleasure in the impressions made by the physical world on his senses. Also his intellectual life is there, by being completely drawn down into this region, his thoughts serve only to satisfy his demands in the physical life. The spiritual self, by living from incarnation to incarnation is intended to receive its direction that is forever increasingly coming out of the spiritual world, and its knowledge that is to be determined by the Spirit of eternal truth, and its actions that is to be judged by the eternal goodness. Death, when regarded as a fact in the physical world, signifies a change in the functions of the body. It ceases to be, through its organization that is the instrument of the soul and the spirit. It shows itself from then on to be entirely subject to the physical world and its laws, in regards to its functions, as it passes over into it, and eventually in order to dissolve into it. The only way these physical processes in the body can be observed is after death, by the physical senses. Then what happens to the soul and spirit that escapes them? Because even during life the soul and spirit can be observed by the senses, but only in so far as they have external expressions in the physical processes. After death this kind of expression is no longer possible. For this reason observation by means of the physical senses that the science is based on, does not come under consideration, in reference to the fate of the soul and spirit after death. Here a higher knowledge steps in that is based on observations of the events in the soul and spirit worlds. After the spirit has released itself from the body it continues to be united with the soul, and as during physical life, the body chains itself to the physical world, and the soul now chains itself to the soul world. But it is not in this soul world that the spirit's true primordial being is to be found. The soul world is intended to serve merely as its connecting link with the scene of its actions that is the physical world. In order to appear in a new incarnation with a more perfect form it must draw force and strength from the spiritual world. But through the soul it has become entangled in the physical world because it is bound to a soul being that is penetrated and colored by the nature of the physical, and through this nature it has itself acquired a tendency in this direction. After death the soul is no longer bound to the body, but only to the spirit. It lives now within the soul surroundings, and only the forces of this soul world can have an effect on it. And at first the spirit is also bound to the life of the soul in the soul world, but it is bound to it in the same way as it is bound to the body during physical incarnation. The time when the body is to die is determined by the laws of the body. Speaking generally, it must be said, that in fact it is not the soul and spirit that forsakes the body, but that the body is set free by them when its forces are no longer able to act in the manner of the human organization at death. The same relationship exists between soul and spirit. The soul sets the spirit free to pass into the higher spiritual world when its forces are no longer able to function after the manner of the human soul organism, at the same time as the death of the body. The spirit is set free the moment that the soul is handed over to dissolution, form what it can only experience in the body, and retains only what it can live on with the spirit. This retained extract, although experienced in the body, nevertheless can be stamped on the spirit as fruit that connects the soul with the spirit in the pure spiritual world. Therefore, in order to learn the fate of the soul after death, you must observe its process of dissolution, because it has the task of giving the spirit its direction toward the physical world, but the moment it has fulfilled this task the soul takes the spirit in the direction of the spiritual world. In fact, the nature of its task would, from now on, cause it to be only spiritually active when the body falls away from it, but that is when it can no longer be a connecting link, but it would have been had it not owed its life to the body that had been influenced by it and its tendencies attracted to it. Were it not for this coloring received through the body, it would at once, on being disembodied, only follow the laws of the spiritual soul world, and show no further inclination to the sensible world. This is what would happen if a man on dying, lost all interest in the earthly world completely, if all desires, wishes, etc., that he was attached to in this existence that he has had, but is now completely satisfied to leave it all behind. But to the extent to which this is not the case, the unsatisfied part of the soul persists in its longings for the physical world. To avoid confusion we must carefully distinguish between what chains man to the physical world in such a way that it cannot be made good in any following incarnations, and that which chains him to one particular incarnation, that is to the immediately preceding one. The first is made good by means of the law of destiny or karma, but the other can only be gotten rid of by the soul after death. After death, there follows for the human spirit, a time during which the soul is shaking off its tendencies toward the physical existence, in order once more to follow the laws of the spiritual soul world only, and set the spirit free. It is natural that this time will last the longer the more the soul was bound to the physical life. It will be short in the case of a man who has nothing to cling to in the physical life. But on the other hand, if he has longed for the one who has so completely bound up his interests with the physical world, then at death many desires, wishes, etc., will still live in his soul and keep him bound to earth. The easiest way to gain an idea of the condition of the soul lives during the time immediately after death is shown by the following consideration. Let us take the somewhat insensitive example, in the enjoyment of the food taster. His pleasure consists in the tickling of the palate by food. The pleasure is naturally not bodily, but belongs to the soul. Pleasure lives in the soul, and so does the desire for the pleasure. But for the satisfaction of the desire, the corresponding bodily organs are needed, the palate and the senses, etc., are necessary. After death the soul has not immediately lost such a desire, but it no longer possesses the bodily organ that provides the means for satisfying the desire. For another reason, but one that acts in the same way only far more strongly, the man is now as if he was suffering burning thirst, as if he is in a region that there is no water in. The soul then suffers burning pain from being deprived of the pleasure, because it has laid aside the bodily organ by which it can experience it. It is the same with all that the soul yearns for and that can only be satisfied through the bodily organs. This condition of burning privation that lasts until the soul has learned not to long any more for what can only be satisfied through the body. The time passed in this condition is usually called in Theosophy Kamaloka, the region of desires, although it has of course nothing to do with a locality. When the soul enters the soul world after death it becomes subject to the laws of that world. The laws act on it, and on their action, that depends on the manner in which its tendencies toward the physical are destroyed. The ways in which they act on it must differ according to the kinds of soul substances and soul forces of whose domain it is placed in at the time. Each of these kinds will make its purifying and cleansing influence felt. The process that takes place here consists in the gradual conquering of all antipathy in the soul by the forces of sympathy, and in bringing this sympathy itself into its highest pitch. Because through this highest degree of sympathy with the whole rest of the soul world, the soul will merge into it and become one with it. Then it is utterly emptied of its self-seeking, and it ceases to exist as a being inclined to the physically sensible existence, and the spirit is set free through it. The soul therefore purifies itself through all the regions of the soul worlds that is described above, until it is in the region of perfect sympathy, where it becomes one with the whole soul world. The spirit itself is in bondage until the last moment of the liberation of its soul, that is due to the fact that throughout its life with its spirit soul, it has developed into a complete empathy. This relationship is much greater than the one with the body, because the spirit is bound directly to the soul, but only indirectly through the soul to the body. The soul is in fact the spirit's own life. For this reason the spirit is not bound to the decaying body, though it is bound to the soul that is gradually freeing itself. On account of the immediate bond between the spirit and the spirit can feel free with the soul only when the spirit has itself become one with the whole soul world. In so far as the soul world is the home of man immediately after death, it is called Kamaloka, the region of desires. The different religious systems that has been embodied in their doctrines, that have a knowledge of these conditions, that we now know is this region of desires by the name of purgatory, that is a cleansing fire, and so on. The lowest region of the soul world is that of burning desire, and by it is everything in the soul that has to do with the coarsest, lowest, selfish desires of the physical life, that is rooted out of the soul after death. Because through these desires the effects of the forces of this soul region is exposed, and the unsatisfied desires that have remained from the physical life have furnished the points of attack. The sympathy of such souls extends only to what can nourish their selfish natures, and it is greatly exceeded by the antipathy that floods everything else. Now the desires are aimed at physical enjoyments that cannot be satisfied in the soul world, and the craving is intensified to its highest degree by this impossibility of satisfaction, but at the same time owing to this impossibility that is forced to die out gradually. The burning lusts gradually exhaust themselves, and the soul has finally learned by experience, that the only means of preventing the suffering that must come from such longings, lies in killing them out and letting them go. During the physical life, satisfaction is constantly being repeated by means of the pain of the burning lust that is covered over by a kind of illusion. But after death and the fire cleansing, the pain comes into evidence quite unveiled, and the most fearful sufferings are laid bare. A dark gloomy state is what the soul then finds itself in. Of course, only those people whose desires are directed during physical life to the coarsest things can fall into this condition. Natures with very few lusts go through it without noticing it, because they have no empathy with it anymore. It must be stated here that in general, souls are influenced the longest by the burning desire, the more closely they have become bound up with that same fire during life, and the more they are required, on that account, to be purified of it longer. A second class of things in the soul world is of such a nature that sympathy and antipathy preserve an equal balance in them. In so far as a human soul is in a similar condition after death, it will be influenced by these things for a time. The giving up of yourself entirely to the external glitter of life and to joy in the swiftly fleeting impressions of the senses is what brings about this condition, and many people live in this condition because they allow themselves to be influenced by each worthless trifle of everyday life, and as their sympathy is attached to not one thing in particular, the influences quickly pass. Everything that does not belong to this region of empty nothings is repelled to this kind of people. If the soul experiences this condition after death, without the presence of the physical objects that are necessary for its satisfaction, the condition must need to ultimately die out, and naturally the privation that precedes its complete extinction in the soul is full of suffering. This state of suffering is the school for the destruction of the illusion in which such people are completely wrapped up in during physical life. Third, there comes under consideration in the soul world, the things with predominating sympathy in those whose nature's wish predominates. The effects of their activity that is experienced by souls that retain an atmosphere of wishes after death. These wishes also gradually die out on account of the impossibility of their being fulfilled. The region of attraction and repulsion that has been described above is the fourth part that exposes the soul to special trials, but as long as the soul lives in the body it shares all that concerns it. The inner surge of the life of attraction and repulsion is bound up with the body. It causes the soul's feelings of well-being and comfort, or dislike and discomfort that man feels during his physical life, that this body of his is himself, and what you call the feeling of self that springs from this, and the more sensually inclined the people are, the more their feeling of self takes on this characteristic. After death the body, that is the object of this feeling of self, is lacking. Because of this the soul, with which the feelings have remained, feels as if it is emptied out. A feeling as if it had lost itself befalls it. This continues until the soul has recognized that the true man does not lie in the physical body. The operations of this fourth region on the soul accordingly destroys the illusion of the bodily self. The soul at length learns to stop feeling that this corporal body is an essential reality, and it is cured and purified of its attachment to embodiment. In this way it has conquered what has chained it strongly to the physical world, and can fully unfold the forces of sympathy that flow outward. It has broken free from itself and is ready to pour itself out with full sympathy into the common soul world. It should not pass unnoted that the torments of this region are suffered to an exceptional degree by suicides, because they leave their physical body in an artificial way, while all the feelings connected with it remains unchanged. In the case of a natural death, the decay of the body is accompanied by a partial dying out of the feelings of attachment to it. In the case of suicides, in addition to the torment caused by the feeling of having been suddenly emptied out, there is the unsatisfied desire and wishes on account of they have deprived themselves of their bodies. The fifth stage of the soul world is of soul light, and in it there is sympathy with others that have already reached a high degree of power and are the souls that are connected with it, that is if they have not during their physical lives entirely devoted themselves to satisfying their lower desires, but have found joy and pleasure in their surroundings, for example, a desire with enthusiasm and a love for nature in such a way that it has borne something of a sensuous character that undergoes cleansing here. However, it is necessary to clearly distinguish this kind of love of nature from that of higher living in nature that is of the spiritual kind, and seeks for the spirit that reveals itself in all living things and events of nature. This kind of feeling for nature is one of the things that develops the spirit itself and establishes something permanent in the spirit treasury. But you must distinguish between this feeling for nature, and such pleasure in nature, that is based on the desires of the senses. In regard to this, the soul that requires purification, just as well as in regard to other tendencies based on the mere physical existence. Many people hold, as a kind of ideal arrangement that ministers to their sensuous welfare, and a system of education that results above all in the production of sensuous comfort. You cannot say much of them except that they only further their selfish impulses, but their souls are directed to the physical world and must be cured of this by the prevailing force of sympathy in the fifth region of the soul world, but these external means of satisfaction are lacking. The soul recognizes gradually that this sympathy must take other directions, and these are found in the outpouring of the soul in the soul region that is brought about by sympathy with the soul surroundings. Also, those souls that demand from their religious observances mainly an enhancement of their sensuous welfare, whether their longing goes out to an earthly or a heavenly paradise that is purified here. They find this paradise in the soul land, but only for the purpose of seeing through its worthlessness. These are of course merely a few detached examples of purifications that take place in this fifth region, and they could be multiplied indefinitely. By means of the sixth region, that is of active soul force, and the purification of souls thirsting for action takes place, souls whose activity does not bear an egotistical character, but nevertheless, springs from the sensuous satisfaction that it affords them. Such natures are viewed superficially and conveys the impression of being idealists, but they show themselves to be people capable of self-sacrifice. However, in a deeper sense the main thing with them is the enhancement of a sensuous feeling of pleasure. Many artistic natures and such as these give themselves up to scientific activity because it pleases them and they belong to this class. What binds these people to the physical world is the belief that art and science exist for the sake of such pleasure. They have not yet learned to place these in the service of the world's evolution, and thereby it to place themselves in its service. The seventh region, that is of the real soul life, that frees man of his last inclination to the sensibly physical world. Each preceding region divests the soul of whatever has empathy that has been within it. Now, what still envelops the spirit is the belief that its activity should be entirely devoted to the physical world. There are individuals who, though highly gifted, do not think about much over and above the occurrences of the physical world. This belief can be called materialistic thinking, that must be destroyed, and this is done in the seventh region. There these souls see that they have no objects for their materialistic thinking. Like ice in the sun, this belief of the soul melts away. The soul being is now absorbed into its own world, then the spirit is free from all its bondage, and then it rises to the regions where it only lives in its own surroundings. Now the soul has completed its previous earthly tasks, and after death any traces of these tasks that remained connected to the spirit have been dissolved, and by overcoming the last trace of the earth, the soul itself is given back to its elements. You see by this description that the experiences in the soul world and also the conditions of the soul life after death gain an ever friendlier appearance the more a man has shaken off the lower elements that adhere to him from his earthly union with the physical corporal body. The soul will belong for a longer or shorter time to one or another region according to its physical life. Where the soul feels itself to be in empathy, there it remains until the empathy is extinguished, but where no relationship exists, it goes on its way untouched. It was intended that only the fundamental characteristics of the soul world, and the outstanding features of the life of the soul in this world, should be described here. This also applies to the following descriptions of the spirit land. I would exceed the prescribed limits of this book were I to further the characteristics of these higher worlds to be gone into. For the special relationships and the lapse of time, that is quite different from those in the physical world that can only be spoken about intelligibly when one is prepared to deal with them in full detail. References of importance on this connection will be found in my outline of occult science. Chapter 3. The Spirit Land. Before the spirit can be observed on its further pilgrimage into the land that it enters, it must first be examined, because it is the world of the spirit. In theosophical literature this is called the mental world. Here the expression is the world of the spirit or spirit land that will be used. This world is so unlike the physical, that all that is said about it will appear as fantasy to him who is willing to trust his physical senses only, and what has already been said in regard to the world of the soul holds true here to a still higher degree. That is, you have to use analogies in order to describe it, because our speech for the most part serves only for the realities of the senses that is not richly blessed with expressions for the spirit land. Therefore, it is especially necessary here to ask the reader to understand a lot that is said as an indication only. Because everything that is described here is so unlike the physical world that it can only be depicted in this way. The author is ever conscious of how little this account can really resemble the experiences of the spiritual region, owing to the imperfection of our speech that is calculated as it is, to be our medium of expression for the physical world. It must above all things be emphasized that this world is woven out of the material that human thought consists of, but thought, as it lives in man, is only a shadow picture or a phantom of its true being. As the shadow of an object on the wall is related to the real object that throws this shadow, so is the thought that springs up in man related to the real being in the spirit land that corresponds to that thought. Now when the spiritual senses of man is awakened, he really perceives this thought being just as the eye of the senses perceives the table or the chair. He goes about in a region of thought beings that can be seen with the spiritual eye, as well as the corporeal eye perceives the lion, and the corporeal thinking thinks merely the thought of a lion as a phantom or a shadow picture. The spiritual eye sees in the spirit land the thought lion as real and actual as the corporeal eye sees the physical lion. Here we may refer to the analogy that has already been used regarding the soul land, just as the surroundings of a man born blind that is operated on and everything appears all at once with the new qualities of color and light. That is the same for the person who learns to use his spiritual eye that seems to be filled with a new world that is seen in the surroundings, that is the world of living thoughts and spirit beings that are the surroundings. There is to be seen in this world, first, the spiritual archetypes of all things and beings that are present in the physical and in the soul world. Imagine the picture of a painter existing in the mind before it is painted. This gives an analogy to what is meant by the expression archetype. It does not concern us here that the painter has perhaps not had such an archetype in his mind before he paints, and that it only gradually develops and becomes complete during the practical work. In the real world of spirit there are such archetypes for all things, and the physical things and beings are copies of these archetypes. When any person who only trusts his outer senses denies this archetypal world, and holds archetypes to be merely abstractions that the intellect, by comparing the objects of the senses arrives at and is to be understood, because such a one simply cannot see into this higher world, because he only knows the thought world in its shadowy abstractness. He does not know that the person with spiritual vision is as familiar with the spirit beings as he is with his dog or his cat, and that the archetypal world has a far more intense reality than the world of the physical senses. The first looks into this spirit land that is still more bewildering than the soul world, because the archetypes in their true form are very unlike their sensible copies. However, they are as unlike their shadows that is as the abstract thoughts. In the spiritual world, all is in a continuous mobile activity and a ceaseless creating, or in a state of rest that is a remaining in one place, such as you have in the physical world, but does not exist here, because the archetypes are creative beings. They are the master builders of all that comes into being in the physical world and the soul world. Their forms change rapidly, and in each archetype lies the possibility of assuming myriads of specialized forms. They let different shapes well up out of them, and scarcely is one produced than the archetype prepares to pour forth the next one. The archetypes are related to each other in varying degrees of closeness, and they do not work separately, because one requires the help of the other in its creating. Often innumerable archetypes work together in order that this or that being in the soul or physical world may arise. Besides what is to be perceived by spiritual sight in this spirit land, there is something else experienced that is to be regarded as spiritual hearing. That is to say, as soon as the clairvoyant rises out of the soul world into the spirit world, the archetypes that are perceived become a sound as well. The observer feels as if he is in an ocean of tone, and in these tones, that is in these spiritual chimes, that is the beings of the spirit world that express themselves. The primordial laws of their existence express their mutual relationships and empathies in the intermingling of their sounds and of their harmonies, melodies, and rhythms. What the intellect perceives in the physical world as law and idea, reveals itself to the spiritual ear as a kind of music. Hence, the Pythagoreans called these perceptions of the spiritual world the music of the spheres. To the possessor of the spiritual ear, this music of the spheres is not something merely figurative or allegorical, but is a spiritual reality well known to him. If you wish to gain a conception of this spiritual music, you have to lay aside all ideas about the music of the senses as perceived by the material ear, because this is a matter of spiritual perception, and therefore is of a kind that must remain silent for the ear of the senses. In the following descriptions of the spirit land, references to this spiritual music, for the sake of simplicity, will be omitted. You only have to form a mental picture where everything is described as a type of a shining with light, that is at the same time sounding the object. Each color, and each perception of light represents a spiritual tone, and every combination of colors corresponds with a harmony, and a melody, etc., because you must hold clearly in your mind that even where the sounding prevails, perception by means of the spiritual eye by no means ceases. The sounding is merely added to the shining. Therefore, where archetypes and the primal types are spoken of in the following pages, the primal tones are to be thought of as present also. Now it is necessary in the first place to distinguish the different kinds of archetypes. Also, in spirit land you have to differentiate numerous grades or regions in order to steer your way among them. In the spirit land as in the soul world, the different regions are not to be thought of as laid one above the other like strata, but mutually interpenetrating and spreading over each other. The first region contains the archetypes of the physical world as long as it is not endowed with life. The archetypes of the minerals are to be found here, and also those of the plants, but the plants are only in so far as they are purely physical, that is, as long as you do not take into account the life in them, and in this same way you will find the physical forms of the animals and of human beings. This does not exhaust all that is to be found in this region, but merely illustrates it by the readiest examples. This region forms the basic structure of the spirit land, and it can be likened to the solid land of our physical earth. It forms the continental masses of the spirit land, and its relationship with the physical and corporal world can only be described by means of an illustration. You gain some idea of it in the following way. You have to picture a limited space filled with physical bodies of the most varied kinds. Then think these bodies away and conceive in their place cavities in the space having their forms. The intervening spaces, on the other hand, that was previously empty, you must think of it as filled with the most varied forms that are having manifold relationships with the former bodies. This is somewhat like the appearance presented by the lowest region of the archetypal world. In it is the things and beings that become embodied in the physical world that are present as space cavities, and in the intervening spaces are the mobile activity of the archetypes and the spiritual music that plays out its course. During their formation into physical forms, the space cavities becomes filled up with physical matter, and he who looks into this space with both physical and spiritual eyes see the physical bodies, and in between, they see the mobile activity of the creative archetypes. The second region of the spirit land contains the archetypes of life, but here this life forms a perfect unity, because it streams through the world of spirit like a fluid element, and like blood pulsating through all the veins, it may be likened to the sea and the water systems of the physical earth. However, the manner in which it is distributed is more like the distribution of blood in the animal body, than of the seas and rivers. You could describe this second stage of spirit land as flowing life formed of thought material. In these elements are the creative primal forces producing everything that appears in the physical reality as living beings. Here it is evident that all life is a unity, and the life that is in me is related to the life of all my fellow creatures. The archetypes of all soul formations must be designated as the third region of spirit land. Here you find yourself in a much finer and rarer element than in the first two regions. To use a comparison, you can call it the air or atmosphere of spirit land, and everything that goes on in the souls of both of the other worlds has its spiritual counterpart here. Because all feelings, sensations, instincts, passions, etc., are again present here, but in a spiritual way. The atmospheric events in the air region corresponds with the sorrows and joys of the creatures in the other worlds. The longing of the human soul is perceived as a gentle breeze here, in an outbreak of passion that is like a stormy blast. He who has the ability to perceive, notes the sigh of every creature, should he direct his attention to it. For example, you can observe at times something like a loud storm with flashing lightning and rolling thunder, and if you investigate the matter you find that the passions of a battle waged on earth is expressed in such a spirit tempests. The archetypes of the fourth region are not immediately related to the other worlds. They are in certain respect beings who govern the archetypes of the three lower regions and render possible their working together. They are accordingly occupied with the ordering and grouping of these more subordinate archetypes. Therefore, from this region there is a more comprehensive activity that issues out more than from the lower one. The fifth, sixth, and seventh regions essentially differ from the preceding one, because the beings in them supply the archetypes with the impulses to their activity. In them you find the creative forces of the archetypes themselves. He who is able to rise to these regions makes acquaintances with the purposes that underlie our world. The archetypes that are here, as yet, are like living germ points and are ready to assume the most manifold forms of thought beings. If these germ points are guided into the lower regions, they swell out and show themselves in the most varied shapes. It is for this reason that in theosophical literature these three higher regions of spirit land are called the Arupa, that is in contrast with the four lower regions that are called the Rupa regions. Arupa means formless, and Rupa means having form. The ideas through which the human spirit shows itself creatively in the physical world, is through the reflections and the shadows of these germ thought beings of the higher spiritual world. The observer with the spiritual ear who rises from the lower regions of spirit land to these higher ones, becomes aware that sounds and tones are changed into a spiritual language. He begins to perceive the spiritual word through which the things and beings do not now make known to him their nature in music alone, but express it in words. They say to him what one calls in spirit science, their eternal name. You must picture for yourself these germ thought beings that are of a composite nature. Only out of the element of the thought world can the germ sheath be taken off, and this germ sheath surrounds the true life kernel, and with it we have reached the confines of these three worlds because the kernel has its origin in still higher worlds. When man was described above according to his components in this life kernel of the human being that was mentioned, and its components that was called life spirit and spirit man, that theosophical literature applies to these that are the names of Buddha and Atma. There are similar life kernels for other beings in the cosmos, and they originate in higher worlds that is placed in the three described in order to accomplish their tasks in them. The human spirit will now be followed on its further pilgrimage through the spirit land between two embodiments or incarnations. While doing this, the relationships and distinguishing characteristics of this land will once more become clearly in view. Chapter 4. The Spirit in Spirit Land After Death. When the human spirit is on its way between two incarnations, it has passed through the world of souls or Kamaloka and then it enters the land of spirits to remain there until it is ripe for a new bodily existence. The theosophical name for this region is Devachan. You can only understand the significance of this journey in the spirit land when you are able to interpret it in the right way, that is the goal and end of the pilgrimage of man during his incarnations. While man is reincarnated in the physical body, he works and creates in the physical world, and he works and creates in it as a spiritual being. He imprints the physical forms and the corporeal or fleshly materials, and the forces of what his spirit thinks out and develops. Therefore, he has as a messenger of the spiritual world, that has to incorporate the spirit into the corporal world. Only by being embodied in the flesh can a man work in the world of bodies. He must wrap physical matter around his spirit, so that through the body he can act on the other bodies around him, and so that they can act on him. But what acts through this physical corporal body of man is the spirit, and from it flows the purposes and the direction of its work that is to be taken in the physical world. Now, as long as the spirit works in the physical body, it cannot as a spirit live in its true form. It can only shine through the veil of the physical existence. Because as a matter of fact, the thought life of man really belongs to the spiritual world, and as it appears in the physical existence, its true form is veiled. You can also say that the thought life of the physical man is a shadow or a reflection of the true spiritual being of whom it belongs to. Then during physical life, the spirit, through the physical body as an instrument, interacts with the earthly corporal world. Now, although it is the action of the physical corporal world, that is one of the tasks of the spirit of man, as long as he is proceeding from incarnation to incarnation, that could not by any means carry out this task as it needs to if it leads an embodied existence only. Because the purposes and goals of the earthly tasks are just as little developed and gained within the earthly incarnation as the plans of a house that comes into existence on the site that the laborers work. Just as this plan is worked out in the offices of the architect, so are the plans and purposes of the earthly creative activities worked out and developed in the land of spirits. The spirit of man has always had to live again in this land between two incarnations, in order to be able to equip himself with what he takes with him on leaving it, and to arm him with what he needs to approach the work in the physical life. As the architect without working with brick and mortar designs the plan of the house in his workroom in agreement with architectural and other rules, so does the architect of human creation of the spirit or higher self, that develops in spirit land, and the capacities and plans are in agreement with the laws of this land in order to bring them over into the physical world. Only if the human spirit journeys over and over again in its own region will it be able to bring the spirit here, by means of the physical corporal instruments, into the earthly world. On the physical scene of action man learns to know the qualities and forces of the physical world, and what he gathers from there during his creative activity and experiences, regarding the demands made by the physical world on anyone wishing to work in it. He learns to know the qualities of the matter that he wishes to embody his thoughts and ideas in. The thoughts and ideas themselves he cannot extract from the matter, so the physical world is both the scene of his creating and of his learning. What has been learned is then transformed to spirit land into living faculties of the spirit. You could carry the above comparison further, in order to make the matter clearer. The architect designs the plans for the house, then it is carried out, and while this is going on he gains a number of the most varied experiences, because all of these experiences enhance his capacities, and when he designs his next plan to reincarnate in a new body, all of these experiences have an influence on it, and this plan, when it is compared to the first, is seen to be enriched with all that was learned through the first incarnation, and it is the same with the successive human lives. In the interval between the incarnations of the spirit lives that is in its own sphere, and is protected within the soul, but the soul can give itself up entirely to the requirements of the spirit life and become freed from the physical corporal body when it develops in every direction, and it calls to its aid in this development the fruits of its experiences in former earthly careers and lives. In this way its attention is always directed to the scene of its earthly tasks, and also in this way it works continually at making the earth its present field of action, more and more perfect in every lifetime. The spirit works on itself, so as to be able in each incarnation to carry out its service during its earthly pilgrimage, more and more perfectly. This is of course only a general outline of the successive human lives. The reality will never be quite the same, but will only more or less correspond with it. Circumstances may bring it about that a subsequent life of a man is much less perfect than a previous one, but taken as a whole such irregularities equalize themselves in a natural manner during the course of the succession of lives. The development of the spirit in spirit land takes place through the man throwing himself completely into the life of the different regions of this land, and by being totally committed to the spirit. Then his own life dissolves into each region successively, and he takes on their characteristics for the time being, and through this the spirit-filled character penetrates his being with theirs, in order that his spirit may be able to work and be strengthened by theirs, in his earthly life. In the first region of spirit land the man is surrounded with the spiritual archetypes of the earthly things. During life on earth he learns to know only the shadows of these archetypes that he grasps in his thoughts. What is merely thought on earth is in this region experienced, and lived. Man moves among thoughts, but these thoughts are real beings. What he has perceived with his senses during life on earth, acts on him now in its thought form, but the thought does not appear as the shadow that hides itself behind things, on the contrary, it is the life-filled reality that is producing things. Man is in the thought workshop in which the earthly things are formed and constructed. Because in the land of spirits all is vital activity and mobility. Here in the thought world, that is at work as a world of living beings, that is creative and constructive. Then you see how what you have experienced during the earthly existence and what was constructed. Just as in the physical body you experience the things of the senses as reality, so now as a spirit you experience the spiritual constructive forces as real. Among the thought beings that are to be found, there is also the thought of your own physical corporal body, but you feel separated from it, because you only feel the spiritual being as belonging to yourself, and when we no longer regard the body as physical but as a thought being, there readily enters into our view its relation to the external world. Then we learn to look at it as something that belongs to the external world, and as a member of this external world, that consequently we no longer separate our own corporal body from the rest of the external world, we then see it as something more nearly related to ourselves, we then feel the unity in the whole external world, including in our own bodily incarnations. Then our own embodiments dissolve into a unity with the rest of the world here. Then we look upon the archetypes here of the physical corporal reality as a unity of which we ourselves belong to. Therefore, we gradually learn to know our relationship and our unity with the surrounding world by observation. We learn to say to it, what is spread out here around you, is you, that is yourself, and is you of the fundamental thoughts in the ancient Indian Vedanta wisdom. The sage accustoms himself to do what others experience after death, even while he is alive during his life on earth, that is namely to understand the thought that he himself is related to all things and to realize through thought that he is all things. During the physical life this is an ideal to which the thought life can be devoted to in the land of spirits, that is a plain fact, that grows ever more and more clearer to us through spiritual experiences, that the man himself comes to know ever more and more clearly in this land, that he in his own inner being belongs to the spirit world. He perceives himself to be a spirit among spirits, as a member of the primordial spirit, and then he will feel concerning himself, that I am the primal spirit. The wisdom of the Vedanta says I am Brahman, i.e., I belong as a member to the primordial being in whom all beings have their origin. You now see that what is grasped during earthly life as a shadowy thought, and toward which all wisdom strives, that is in the spirit land, that is an immediate experience, and indeed, it is only thought during the earth life, because all of this is a fact in the spiritual existence. Then man during his spiritual existence sees the relationships and facts in the midst of what he stands for during his earthly career from a high watchtower, as if from outside. And during his life in the lowest regions of spirit land he has this attitude toward the earthly relationships, that he is immediately connected with in the physical corporal reality. On earth man is born into a family, of a race, and he lives in a certain country. His earthly existence is determined by all these relationships. He finds this or that friend because relationships in the physical world brings it about. He carries on this or that business, and all of this decides the conditions of his earthly life. All of this presents itself to him during his life in the first region of spirit land. As a living thought being he lives it all through again in a certain way, but he lives it through and from the active spiritual side. Through deeds such as these, the family love that he has extended, and the friendship that he has offered, that are made living from within by positive loving emotions, that are made to spring from inner sources, and then his capacities in this direction are enhanced. It is the force in the spirit of man that acts as the power of love of family and friends that is strengthened. Then latter he enters his earthly existence as a more perfect man in these respects, because it is to a certain extent that the everyday relationships of the earth life, that ripens as the fruit of this lowest region of spirit land. But to those people whose interests are wholly absorbed by these everyday relationships, it will feel like to themselves, that they have an empathy with this region for the greater part of their spiritual life, that is between two incarnations. The next region is, what is in the common life of the earth world that flows as thought beings and as the fluid elements, so to speak, of the spirit land. As long as we observe the world during physical embodiment, life appears to us to be confined within separate living beings. In spirit land it is loosed from them and like life blood flows through the whole land, and it is there that the living unity is present in everything. Also of this, only a reflection appears to us during the earthly life, and this reflection expresses itself in every form of reverence we pay to the whole, to the unity and harmony of the universe. The religious life of man is derived from this reflection, and man becomes sensible of the fact that the significance of existence does not lie in what is transitory and separate. He regards the transitory as a similitude, and a likeness of the eternal, and of a harmonious unity. He looks up to this unity in reverence and worship, and he offers up before it religious rites and ceremonies, but in spirit land appears not the reflection, but the real form, as living thought beings. Here man can really unite himself with the unity that he has reverenced on earth. The fruit of the religious life and all that is connected with it appears in this region. Man now learns through spiritual experiences to recognize that his individual fate is not to be separated from the community to which he belongs to. The capacity to know yourself as a member of a whole is what develops itself here. Religious natures and such that have already been seekers after spiritual knowledge during their life and have a pure and noble morality, they will draw strength out of this region during a great part of their spiritual life between incarnations, and they will reincarnate with heightened capacities in this direction. The third region of spirit land contains the archetypes of the soul world. All that lives in this world is present as living thought beings. You find in it the archetypes of desires, wishes, feelings, etc. But here in the spirit world nothing of self-seeking attaches itself to the soul. Like all life in the second region, in this third region all longings, wishes, all likes and dislikes, forms as a unity, and the desires and wishes of others are not separate from my desires and wishes, and the sensations and feelings of all beings are a common world enclosing and surrounding everything else, just as our physical atmosphere surrounds the earth. This region is the atmosphere or air of the spirit land. All that a person has carried out in his life, and on earth in the service of the community, and in selfless devotion to his fellow men, will bear fruit here. Because through this service, through this self-giving, he has lived in a reflection of the third region of the spirit land. The great benefactors of the human race is the philanthropists or contributors, who render great services to the communities, that have gained their ability to render them in this region, after having made themselves worthy of a special relationship with it during their previous earthly careers. It is evident that the three regions of spirit land that is described above have a certain connection with those below them, that is the physical and the soul worlds, because they contain the archetypes, that is the living thought beings that take up their corporal and soul existence in these worlds. Only the fourth region is the pure spirit land, but even it is not in the fullest sense of the word pure. It differs from the three lower regions, owing to the fact that in them we meet with the archetypes of those physical and soul relations that man finds existing in the physical and soul worlds, before he himself begins to take any part in them. The circumstances of the ordinary everyday life links themselves with things and beings that man finds already present in the world that is the transitory things of this world. Then he directs his gaze to their eternal primal foundation, and nor does the fellow creatures of man, to whom he selflessly devotes himself to, owe their existence to him, but it is through him that there is in the world, all the creations of the arts, sciences, engineering, states, governments, etc., in short all that he has embodied in the world as original, are works of his spirit. Without his cooperation none of the physical reproductions of all these would be in the world. The archetypes of these purely human creations are in the fourth region of spirit land, and what man does during the earthly life that develops in the way of scientific discoveries, of artistic ideas and forms, of technical conceptions, that bears fruit in this fourth region. Therefore, it is out of this region that artists, scientists, and great inventors draw nourishment during their stay in spirit land, that increase their genius, in order during another incarnation, to be able to assist with greater weight the further the evolution of human progress. It has been said above that even this region cannot be called the pure spirit land in the full sense of the word. This is because of the stage that men have left civilization on earth that continues to influence their spiritual existence. They can only enjoy in spirit land the fruits of what was possible for them to carry out in agreement with their gifts and the stage of development of the race, state, etc., into which they was born. In still higher regions of spirit land, the human spirit is freed from every earthly bondage, and it rises to the pure spirit land in which it experiences the intentions and the goals that the spirit set itself to accomplish by means of the earthly life. All that has been realized in the world of beings has been brought into the earthly existence that is only a more or less weak copy of the highest intentions and objectives. Each stone, each crystal, each tree, each animal, and all that is being realized in the domain of human creations, but all of this only gives of what the Spirit intends, and man during his incarnations, can only set to work with these imperfect copies of the perfect intentions and goals. Then during one of his incarnations he himself can only be a copy of what is in the kingdom of the Spirit, that he is intended to be. What he really is as a spirit in spirit land, therefore comes into view, only when he rises in the interval between the two incarnations, to the fifth region of spirit land. What he is here for is really he, himself that receives an external existence in the numerous and varied incarnations. In this region the true self of man can freely live its true life and expand in all directions, and this self is what appears forever anew in each incarnation as the one. This self brings with it the faculties that have been developed in the lower regions of spirit land. It consequently carries the fruits of former lives over into those following lives. It is the bearer of the results of former incarnations. Therefore you can call it the bearer of causes. In theosophical literature it is for this reason it is called the causal body. When the self lives in the fifth region of spirit land it is accordingly in the kingdom of intentions and purpose. As the architect learns from the imperfections that show themselves in his work, and as he only brings into his new plans what he was able to change from imperfections to perfections, so the self in the fifth region shakes off the results of its experiences in former lives, that is related to the imperfections of the lower worlds, and is productive in the purposes of spirit land, purposes with which it now lives with the perfect results of its former lives. It is clear that the force that can be drawn from this region will depend on how much of the self during its incarnation, that it has acquired in the form of results that is suited to being received into the world of purposes. The self that is sought to realize the purposes of the spirit during the earthly life, through an active thought life or through wise love expressed in deeds, will establish a strong claim to this region. The self that has expended itself entirely on the events of the everyday life, and has only lived in the transitory world, and has sown no seeds that can play a part in the purposes of the eternal world order. Only that small portion of the activities of the self that have been extended beyond the interests of the everyday life, can unfold as fruitage in this higher region of spirit land. In general it will hold true that a man's empathy with this region will be greater the more developed he is. Since a man in this region lives in his own true self, he is raised above everything that is a part of the lower worlds that envelops him during his incarnations. He is what he forever was and forever will be during the course of his incarnations. He lives in the governing power of the purposes that prevail during these incarnations, and that he grafts into his own self. He looks back on his own past, and feels that all that he has experienced in it will be brought into service in the purposes that he has to bring to realization in the future. A kind of remembrance of his past lives and the prophetic vision of his future lives flash forth before his eyes. Therefore, we see that what is in this book is called spirit self that lives in this spirit region, and in so far as it is developed in the measure of that reality with which it is able to unite itself, it develops itself still further and prepares itself to make possible in a new incarnation to the fulfillment of the spiritual purposes in the region of earthly reality. If this spirit self has evolved far enough during a succession of journeys in the spirit land, so that he can move about quite freely in this land, he will forevermore seek his true home in it. Life in the spirit will be as familiar to him as life in the physical reality is to the earthly man. The viewpoints of the spirit world can from now on be the only one that he makes on his own during his succeeding earth lives. Such a self feels himself to be uninterruptedly a member of the divine world order. The limitations and laws of the earthly life do not affect him in his innermost being no more. Power for all that he carries out comes to him from this spiritual world, and this spiritual world is a unity. He who lives in it knows how the eternal has produced the past, and that he can from out the eternal discern which direction in the future is to take. The view over the past widens into a perfect one. A man who has reached this stage sets before himself the goals that he should carry out in the approaching incarnation, and from out of the spirit land he influences his future, so that it runs its course in harmony with the true and the spiritual self. Such a man during the stages between two incarnations is in the presence of all those exalted beings, before whose gaze the divine wisdom lies spread out unveiled. Because he has climbed up to the stage at which he can understand them, and should he return to earth, he acts in harmony with them. His word is itself a reflection of divine revelation and his deeds are a link in the divine world order. Only he, who during an earth life has freed himself to a high degree from the transient trifles and the worthless turmoil of existence, can hope that he will rise in spirit land into the sixth region, through which he will receive a divine mission for a coming earth life. Through this divine mission he becomes a stranger on this earth, only in so far as he himself, in his innermost being is not moved by tendencies and objections that spring up from the transitory nature of things, but allows himself to be guided by what the Spirit recognizes as necessary. Because if he does this, he will accomplish through all his actions what is most in conformity with the true being of the universe. Because he has reached the point of seeking, not that it will be of use only and entirely to him, but what should take place is what is in agreement with the true progress of the world order of the Creator. His interest in the world, and in his devotion to it, that is the greater and the lesser of himself, that is attached through his sympathies and antipathies and likes and dislikes to the transient and fleeting matters. His understanding of all that goes on around himself will be great, because his soul observes all without desires, and in quiet calmness. The seventh region of spirit land brings you to the confines of the three worlds. The man who can feel himself attracted to it stands here in the presence of the life kernels, that are transplanted from the higher worlds into the three worlds that has been described, in order that in them they may fulfill their missions. Therefore, when a man is in the confines of these three worlds he recognizes himself in his own life kernel. This implies that for him the problems of these three worlds have been solved, and he has a complete view of the entire life of these worlds. Because he has solved the great why of existence, and has found the great guides of the human race who will be spoken of in the chapter on the path of knowledge, that is recognized by means of forces originating in this region of spirit land. Chapter 5. The physical world and its connection with the soul and spirit lands. The formations of the soul world and the spirit land cannot be the objectives of external sense perception. The objectives of this perception is to be added to the two worlds already described as a third world, that man lives in during his bodily existence simultaneously, and at the same time in the three worlds. He perceives the things of the sensible world and acts on them, and the formation of the soul world that acts on him through their forces of sympathy and antipathy, that is his own soul that excites waves in the soul world by its tendencies and aversions or its wishes and desires. The spiritual being of things, on the other hand, mirrors itself in his thought world, and he himself, as a thinking spirit being, is a citizen of spirit land and a participant of all that lives in this region of the universe. This makes it clear that the sensible world is only a part of what surrounds man and is his environment. This part stands out from the general surroundings of man with a certain independence, because it can be perceived by senses that disregards the soul and spiritual parts that belongs just as much to the surrounding world. Even as a piece of ice floating on the water is of the same matter as the surrounding water, but stands out from it owing to particular qualities, so are the things of the senses that is the same matter as of the surrounding soul and spirit worlds, and they stand out from these owing to particular qualities that make them perceptible to the senses. They are, so to speak, half metaphorically condensed spirit and soul formations, and the condensation that makes it possible for the senses to acquire knowledge of them. In fact, as ice is only a form that the water exists in, so are the objects of the senses only a form in which soul and spirit beings exist. If you have grasped this, you can also understand that as water can pass over into ice, so too the spirit world can pass over into the soul world, and the spirit world into the senses. Looking at the matter from this point of view, leads us to the reason why man can form thoughts about the things of the senses. Because there is a question that everyone who thinks would have to ask himself, namely, in what relation does the thought that a man has about a stone, stand to the stone itself? This question rises in full clearness in the minds of those people who look especially deep into external nature. They feel that the harmony of the human thought world is with the structure and order of nature. The great astronomer Kepler, for example, speaks in a beautiful way about this harmony. It is true that the divine call that bids man to study astronomy is written in the world, indeed not in words and syllables, but in the very fact that human conceptions and senses are equipped to gauge the relationships of the heavenly bodies and their conditions. Only because the things of the sensible world are nothing more than condensed spirit beings, the man, who raises himself up through his thoughts to these spirit beings, is enabled by thinking to understand the things around him. Sense objects originate in the spirit world, they are only another form of the spirit beings, and when man forms thoughts about things, he simply looks up from the sensible form to the spiritual archetypes of things, to understand an object by means of thought. That is a process that can be likened to when a solid body is first liquefied by fire, in order that the chemist may be able to examine it in its liquid form. The spiritual archetypes of the sensible world are to be found in the different regions of spirit land. In the fifth, sixth, and seventh regions these archetypes remain in the condition of a living germ point, and in the four lower regions they shape themselves into spiritual formations. The human spirit perceives a shadowy reflection of these spiritual formations, when by thinking he tries to gain understanding of the things of the senses. How these formations have been condensed until they form into the sensible world. This is a question for him who strives toward a spiritual understanding of the world around him. For human sense perception, this surrounding world is divided into four distinctly separated stages: the mineral, the plant, the animal, and the human. The mineral kingdom is perceived by the senses and comprehended by thought. Then when you form a thought about a mineral body, it has to do with two things: the senses of the object and the thought of it. In agreement with this, you are brought to the conception that this sensed object is a condensed thought being. Now your mineral being acts on another in an external way. It impinges on it and moves it, it warms it, lights it up, dissolves it, etc. This external kind of action can be expressed through thoughts. A man forms thoughts as to the way in which mineral things act on each other externally and in agreement with their laws. By this means, that his separate thoughts expand to a thought picture of the whole mineral world, and this thought picture is a glyphs and a reflection of the archetype of the whole mineral world of the senses, that is to be found as a complete whole in the spirit world. In the plant kingdom there is added to the external action of one thing on another, the phenomena of growth and propagation. The plant grows and brings forth from itself beings like itself. Life is added here to what man meets with in the mineral kingdom. A simple recollection of this fact leads to an expression that is enlightening in this connection. The plant has in itself the power to give itself its living shape, and to reproduce this shape in a being of its own kind. And in between the shapeless kinds of mineral matter, as we meet them in gases, liquids, etc., and the living shape of the plant world, stands the forms of the crystal. In the crystal we have the transition from the shapeless mineral world to the plant kingdom that has the capacity for forming living shapes. In this externally sensible formative process in both kingdoms, the mineral and the plant, you see it condensed to its sensible expression, the purely spiritual process that takes place when the spiritual germs of the higher regions of spirit land form themselves into the spirit shapes of the lower regions. The process of crystallization corresponds to its archetype in the spirit world, of the transition from the formless spirit germ to the shaped formation. If this transition condenses so that the senses can perceive it, it exhibits itself in the world of the senses as the process of crystallization. Now there is in the plant being a shaped spirit germ also. But here in the living the shaping capacity is still retained in the shaped being. In the crystal the spirit germ has lost its constructing power during the process of shaping. It has exhausted its energies in the shape that is produced. The plant has a shape, and in addition to that it has the capacity of producing a shape. The characteristic of the spirit germs in the higher regions of the spirit land has been preserved in the plant life. Therefore, the plant is the shape, as is the crystal, and added to that shaping or formative, is force. Besides the form that the primal beings have taken on in the plant shape, there works later on is still another form that bears the impression of a spirit being of the higher regions. Only what expends itself on the produced shape of the plant is sensibly perceptible, that is the formative beings who give life to this shape that is present in the plant kingdom, and is in a way that is not perceptible to the senses. The physical eye sees the lily small today, but after some time it will grow larger. The forming force that grows the lily out of the plant cannot be seen by this eye. This formative force being is that part of the plant world that acts imperceptibly to the senses. The spirit germs have descended to a stage in order to work in the kingdom of shapes. In Theosophy, elementary kingdoms are spoken of. If you designate the primal forms, that as yet have no shape, as the first elementary kingdom, then the sensibly invisible force beings, who work as the craftsmen of plant growth, belongs to the second elementary kingdom. In the animal world, sensation and impulse are added to the capacities for growth and propagation. These are externalizations of the soul world. A being that is endowed with these belongs to the soul world that receives impressions from it and reacts on it. Every sensation and every impulse that arises in an animal is brought forth from the foundations of the animal soul. The shape is more enduring than the feeling or impulse. You may say that the sensation life bears the same relation to the more enduring living shape that the self-changing plant shape bears to the rigid crystal. The plant to a certain extent exhausts itself as the shape-forming force. During its life it goes on constantly adding new shapes to itself. First it sends out the root, then the leaf structure, then the flowers, etc. The animal possesses a shape complete in itself and develops within this the ever-changing life of feeling and impulses, and this life has its existence in the soul world. Just as the plant is what grows and propagates itself, the animal is what feels and develops its impulses. They constitute for the animal the formless that is always developing into new forms. Their archetypal processes when traced to their primal source are found in the highest regions of spirit land, but they carry out their activities in the soul world. Then there is in the animal world, in addition to the force beings who are invisible to the senses, that direct growth and propagation, and others that have descended into the soul world, that is a stage still deeper. In the animal kingdom formless beings, and who clothe themselves in soul sheaths that are present as the master builders who bring about sensations and impulses, and they are the real architects of the animal forms. In Theosophy we call the region that they belong to the third elementary kingdom. Man, in addition to having the capacities named as those of plants and animals, he is also furnished with the power of working up his sensations into ideas and thoughts, and of how to control his impulses by thinking. The thought that appears in the plant as shape force and in the animal as soul force makes its appearance in him in its own form as thought itself. The animal is soul, and man is spirit. The spirit being, that is in the animal that is engaged in soul development that has now descended to a stage deeper still, and in man it has entered into the world of sensible matter itself. The spirit is present within the human sensible body, and because it appears in a sensible garment it can only appear as that shadowy glyphs or reflection that the thought of the spirit being contributes. The spirit shows in man, through the apparatus of the physical brain mechanism, but at the same time it has become the inner being of man. The animal feels and moves as it chooses, but exhibits no thoughts, because thought is the form that the formless spirit being assumes in man, just as it receives its shape from the plant and its soul from the animal. Consequently man, in so far as he is a thinking being, has no elementary kingdom constructing him from without, because his elementary kingdom works in his physical body. Only in so far as man is shape and sentient being, the elementary beings do work on him in the same way as they work on plants and animals. The thought organism of man is developed entirely from within his physical body. In the spirit organism of man, that is in his nervous system that has developed into the perfect brain, We have sensibly visible before us what works on plants and animals as a supersensitive force being. This brings about the fact that the animal shows feelings of self, but man has consciousness of self. In the animal, spirit feels itself to be the soul, but it does not yet comprehend itself as spirit. In man, the spirit recognizes itself as spirit, although owing to the physical body, it is merely as a shadowy glimpse or reflection of the spirit, as a thought. Accordingly, the threefold world falls into the following divisions. 1. The kingdom of the archetypal formless beings, first elementary kingdom. 2. The kingdom of the shape-creating beings, second elementary kingdom. 3. The kingdom of the soul beings, third elementary kingdom. 4. The kingdom of the created shapes, crystal forms. 5. The kingdom that becomes perceptible to the senses in shapes, but in which the shape-creating beings are working, plant kingdom. 6. The kingdom that becomes sensibly perceptible in shapes, on which work, the shape-creating beings, and also the beings that expend all their activities in the soul life, animal kingdom. 7. The kingdom that becomes sensibly perceptible in shapes on which work the shape-creating beings and also the beings that expend all their activities in soul life, and the spirit itself that takes shape in the form of thought within the world of the senses, human kingdom. From this can be seen how the basic constituents of the human being, living in the body, are connected with the spiritual world. The physical body, the ether body, the sentient soul body, and the intellectual soul, that is to be regarded as archetypes of the spirit land that are condensed into the sensible world. The physical body comes into existence in the archetype of man that is so condensed that it can manifest and show itself to the senses. For this reason you can also call this physical body a being of the first elementary kingdom that is condensed to sensible perceptibility. The ether body comes into existence in the shape that has risen in this way, that has its mobility retained by a being that extends its activity into the kingdom of the senses, but is not itself visible to the senses. If you wish to characterize this being fully, you must say it has its primal origin in the highest regions of spirit land, and then shapes itself in the second region into an archetype of life. It works in the sensible world as an archetype of life, in a similar way that the being constructs the sentient soul body, that has its origin in the highest regions of spirit land, and forms itself in the third region of the same into the archetype of the soul world, and works as such in the sensible world. But the intellectual soul is formed in the archetype of thinking man, that shapes itself in the fourth region of spirit land into thought, and as such acts directly as a thinking human being in the world of the senses. Then man stands within the world of the senses, and works the spirit on his physical body, then on his ether body, and then on his sentient soul body. Then this spirit comes into manifestation in the intellectual soul as archetypes in the form of beings, who in a certain sense are external to man, that works on the three lower components of his being, and in his intellectual soul he becomes a conscious worker on himself. The beings working on his physical body are the same as those who form the mineral nature, that work on his ether body, that are the beings living in the plant kingdom, and they work on his sentient soul body, that are the beings who live in the animal kingdom, that are imperceptible by the senses, but who extend their activity into these kingdoms. Then the different worlds combine in action, and the universe that man lives in is the expression of this combined activity. When a person has thoroughly grasped this view of the sensible world, he also gains an understanding of the beings of another kind, other than those that have their existence in the above-mentioned four kingdoms of nature. One example of such beings is what we call the folk spirit, or national spirit. This being does not show himself directly in a sensibly perceptible way. He lives and carries on his activities entirely in the sensations, feelings, tendencies, etc., that you observe as those common to a whole nation. He is therefore a being that does not incarnate physically, but forms his body out of the matter of the soul world, even as man forms his body out of sensibly visible matter. This soul body of the national spirit is like a cloud in which the members of a nation live. The effects of his activity come into evidence in the souls of the human beings concerned, but he does not originate in these souls themselves. The national spirit remains merely a shadowy conception of the mind without being or life. To him who does not picture it in this way, it is an empty abstraction. And the same may be said in reference to what you call the spirit of the age, Zeitgeist. That is the spiritual outlook that in fact is through this that extends over a variety of other beings both lower and higher, who live in the environment of man without his being able to perceive them with his bodily senses. but those who have powers of spiritual sight perceive such beings and can describe them. To the lower kinds belong those designated by the spiritual investigator as salamanders, sylphs, undines, and gnomes. It is quite to be understood that anyone who is inclined to admit the validity of physical vision only regards such beings as the offspring of a wild hallucination and superstition. They of course can never become visible to the physical eye because they have no physical bodies. The superstition does not consist in regarding such beings as real, but in believing that they appear in a way perceptible to the physical senses. Beings with such forms cooperate in the building of the world, and you come into connection with them as soon as you enter into the higher regions that is closed to the bodily senses. Mention must also be made of those beings who do not descend to the soul world, but whose vestment is composed of the formations of spirit land alone. Man perceives them and becomes their companion when he opens his spiritual eye and spiritual ear to them. There is many things that without these organs man can only gaze on unknowingly, that becomes understandable to him when he has brought them into use from spirit land. It becomes bright around him, as he sees the primal causes that is working itself out as the effects in the world of the senses around him. He comprehends what he either denied entirely, when he had no spiritual eye, or in reference to what he had to content himself with saying, "There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy." People with sensitive spiritual feelings become uneasy when they begin to have a glimmering of this world, and when they become vaguely aware of another world than the sensible one around them, and one within which they have to grope about as the blind grope among visible objects. Nothing but a clear vision of these higher regions of existence, and a thorough understanding and penetration of what takes place in them, that is what can really fortify a man and lead him to his proper goal, but only through insight into what is hidden from the senses, does the human being understand the world and himself. Chapter 6. Thought Forms and the Human Aura. It has become evident that the formations of any one of the three worlds can have a reality for a man, only when he has the capacities and the organs for perceiving them. A man perceives certain occurrences in space only as light phenomena, because he has a correctly constructed eye. It depends on the receptivity of a being, and on how much of what is really revealed to itself of it. Therefore, a man may never say that only what he can perceive is real, because there can be a lot that is real, but for the perception that he has no organs for, it cannot be seen. Now the soul world and the spirit world are just as real as the sensible world, indeed they are real in a much higher sense. No physical eye can see feelings and ideas, but they are real, and as man by means of his outer senses, has the corporal world before him as an object of perception, so do feelings, impulses, instincts, thoughts, etc., become objects of perception for his spiritual senses. Exactly as occurrences in space can be seen with the sensible eye as color phenomena, the above-named soul and spiritual occurrences can become seen by means of the inner senses and perceptions that are analogous to the sensible color phenomena. To understand perfectly in what way this is meant is only possible for you, who has trod the path of knowledge described in the following chapter, and has by it developed his inner senses. For such a one the soul phenomena in the soul region around him and the spiritual phenomena in the spiritual region become supersensitively visible, because for him, feelings ray out from the feeling, being as a light phenomena, and thoughts surge through the spiritual space for him. The thought of one man about another is not something imperceptible but a perceptible occurrence. The thought streams out as an actual reality from your human being and flows to the other, and the way that this thought acts on the other person becomes a similarly perceptible occurrence in the spiritual world. Then the physically perceptible human being is only part of the whole man. For him whose spiritual senses are unfolded, this physical man becomes the center point of soul and spiritual outpourings. It is impossible to do more than faintly indicate the richly varied world that discloses itself here to the seer. For example, a human thought appears as a spiritually perceptible color phenomenon. Its color corresponds with the character of the thought. A thought that springs forth from a sensual impulse in a person that has a different color from a thought conceived in the service of pure knowledge, represents noble beauty, or the eternal good. Thoughts that spring up from the sensual life course through the soul world in red shades of color. A thought by which the thinker rises to higher knowledge appears in beautiful light yellow. A thought that springs from devoted and unselfish love rays out in glorious rose pink, and just as the content of a thought comes into expression in its supersensitively visible form, so also does the greater or less degree of its definiteness. The precise thought of the thinker shows itself as a formation with definite outlines, and the confused idea appears as a wavering, cloudy formation. In this way the soul and spirit being of man appears as the supersensitive part of the whole human being. The color effects that the spiritual eye can perceive raying out around the physical man and enveloping him like a cloud, that is somewhat egg-shaped, that is called the human aura. The size of this aura differs in different people. But you can form an idea of it by picturing the whole man that is on average twice as long and 4 times as broad as the physical man, and the most varied tone of colors surge in the aura, and this surging is a true picture of the inner life of the man. Single color tones are just as changing, but certain permanent qualities, such as talents, habits, traits of character, that express themselves as a foundation of permanent color tone. The aura varies greatly according to the different temperaments and dispositions of people, and it also varies in agreement with the stages of spiritual development. A man who yields completely to his animal impulses has an entirely different aura from one who lives most of his time in the world of thought. The aura of the nature of a religious tone differs essentially from one that expends itself on the trivial experiences of the day. In addition to this, all varying moods, all tendencies, joys, and pains, find their expression in the aura. You only have to compare the auras of different human types with each other in order to learn to understand the meaning of the color tone. To begin with, take people who have strongly marked passions. They may be divided into 2 kinds, those who are drawn to these feelings mainly by the animal nature, and those with whom these passions take a more subtle form in which they are, so to speak, strongly influenced by thought. In the first kind of person, brown and brown-red streams of color in every shade surge through the aura in definite places. In persons with more subtle passions there appears in the same places tone of brighter red and green. You can notice that as intelligence increases the green tone become more and more abundant. People who are very intelligent, but who give themselves over to satisfying their animal impulses, have a lot of green in their aura. But this green will always have more or less of an admixture of brown or brownish red. Unintelligent people show a great part of their aura coursed through by brownish red or even by dark blood red streams. The auras of deliberate thoughtful people are essentially different from those of such passionate natures. The brownish and reddish tone becomes less prominent, and different shades of green come out. With thoughtful natures the aura shows a pleasing green undertone. This is to an especial degree in the appearance of those natures of whom one can say, they know how to adapt themselves to every condition of life. Blue tone of color appears in natures full of devotion. The more a man places his self in the service of a thing, the more pronounced the blue shades become. Also, in this class you find 2 quite different kinds of people. There are natures with a mediocre power of thought, that are passive souls who have nothing to throw into the stream of events in the world but their good nature. Their aura glimmers with beautiful blue. One observes the same in the auras of religious and devotional natures. Compassionate souls and those who find pleasure in giving themselves up to a life of kindness have similar auras. If such people are intelligent in addition to this, the green and blue currents alternate, or the blue itself perhaps takes a greenish shade. It is the peculiarity of the active souls in contrast to the passive, that their blue saturates itself from within with bright color tones. Richly inventive natures, that is have fruitful thoughts, ray out bright tones of color as if from an inner point. This is the case in the highest degree with those people whom one calls wise, and especially with those full of fruitful ideas. Generally speaking, all that implies spiritual activity takes more of the form of rays that spread out from within, while everything that arises from the animal body life has the form of irregular clouds that surge through the aura. Auric formations show colorings that differ according to whether the conceptions that springs up in an active soul are placed in the service of the person's own animal impulses, or of an idealistic interest that is outside of himself. The inventive person who applies all of his thoughts to the satisfaction of his sensual passions shows dark, blue-red shades. He on the contrary, he who places his thoughts selflessly in the service of an interest outside of himself, shows light reddish-blue color tone. A spiritual life combined with noble devotion and a capacity for sacrifice shows rose-pink or light violet colors. Not only does the fundamental disposition of the soul show its color surging in the aura but also transient passions, moods, and other inner experiences, like anger that breaks out suddenly that creates red streams. Feelings of injured dignity that expend themselves in a sudden welling up can be seen appearing in dark green clouds. However, Color phenomena do not appear only in irregular cloud forms but also in distinctly defined, regularly shaped figures. A fit of terror, for example, shows the aura lined from top to bottom by wavy stripes of blue color covered with a reddish shimmer. In a person who expects with anxiety some particular event, you can see continuous red-blue stripes like rays streaming from within the aura to the circumference. Every sensation that a man receives from without can be observed by one who has developed a faculty of the exact spiritual perception. People who are greatly excited by every external impression shows a continuous flickering of small reddish spots and flecks in the aura. In people who do not feel intensely, these flecks have an orange-yellow or even a beautiful yellow coloring. So-called absent-minded people show bluish flecks more or less changing in form. A highly developed spiritual seer can distinguish three species of color phenomena within the aura, radiating and surging around a man. First, there are the colors that bear more or less the character of opaqueness and dullness, although if we compare them with those that our physical eyes see, they appear in comparison, fugitive and transparent. But within the supersensitive world itself, they make the space that they fill comparatively opaque, and they fill it like mist forms. The second species of colors consists of those that are, as it were, light itself. They light up the space that they fill so that it becomes itself through them, a shining or lighted space. The third kind of color phenomena is quite different from these two. They have a raying, sparkling, glittering character. They fill space not merely with light but with glistening, glittering rays. There is something active and inherently mobile in these colors. The others are somewhat quiet and lack brilliance. These, on the contrary, continuously produce themselves out of themselves by the two first species of colors. The space is filled up with a subtle fluid that remains quietly in it. By the third it is filled with life ever inflaming itself anew with never-resting activity. Now these three species of colors are not arranged strictly alongside each other in the human aura, and they are not each enclosed in a separate section of space. They interpenetrate and cover each other in the most varied ways, and you can see all three species playing through each other in your region of the aura, just as you can simultaneously hear and see a physical body, such as a bell. The aura thereby it becomes an exceedingly complicated phenomenon, because your aura has to do with three auras within each other and interpenetrating each other. However, you can overcome this difficulty by directing your attention to the three species alternately. Then you do in the supersensible world something similar to what you do in the sensible world. For example, when you close your eyes in order to give yourself up fully to the impression of a piece of music. The seer has three different organs for the three species of colors, and in order to observe undisturbed, he can open or close to the impressions, any one of the organs. As a rule, only one kind of organ can at first be developed by a seer, namely for the first kind of colors. A person at this stage can see only the one aura. The other two remain invisible to him. In the same way a person may be accessible to impressions, first from the two but not the third. The higher stage of the gift of seeing that consists in a person being able to see all three auras and to direct his attention to the one or the other, and also for the purpose of study. The threefold aura is the supersensitive visible expression of the being of man that are the three members of body, soul, and spirit, that comes to expression in it. The first aura is a mirror of the influence that the body exercises on the soul of man. The second aura signifies the life of the soul itself, of the soul that has raised itself above what affects the senses directly, but is not yet devoted to the service of the eternal, and the third aura, that are the mirrors of the lordship that the eternal spirit has won over in the transitory man. When descriptions of the aura are given, as they are here, it must be emphasized that these things are not only difficult to observe but above all difficult to describe. Therefore, no one should see in a description like this anything more than a stimulus to thought. Therefore, the seer can judge the stage of development of a person by the nature of his aura. When an undeveloped person approaches him, who is given up entirely to his impulses, passions, and momentary external incitements, he sees the first aura in the loudest colors. The second, on the contrary, that is only slightly developed, he sees in it only scanty color formations, while the third is barely indicated. Only here and there is a small glittering spark of color that shows itself, indicating that even in this human being the eternal already lives as a germ, but it will require a long course of evolution, extending over many incarnations, before it can gain a predominating influence on the outer life of its possessor. The more the man puts from him his lower impulses, the less obtrusive the first part of the aura becomes. The second part grows larger and larger, filling the color body within the physical man that it lives in, ever more and more completely, with its illumining force. And the highly developed people, that are usually servants of the eternal, that show the wonderful third aura, that part that bears witness to how far the human being has come to become a citizen of the spiritual world. Because the divine self rays through this part of the human aura into the earthly world. People in whom this aura is developed in are the flames through whom the divine illumines this world. They have learned to live not for themselves but for the eternally true, and the nobly beautiful and the good. They have wrung from their narrower self the power to offer themselves up on the altar of the great world work. Then there comes to expression in the aura, what the man has made of himself in the course of his incarnations. All three parts of the aura contain colors of the most varied shades. But the character of these shades changes with the stages of development of the man. You can see in the first part of the aura of the undeveloped man of impulse, all shades from red to blue. With him these shades have a dull, dirty character. The obtrusive red shades point to the sensual desires, to the fleshly lusts, to the passion for the enjoyments of the palate and to the stomach. Green shades appear to be found especially in those lower natures that are inclined to showiness and lack of concern, that greedily give themselves over to each enjoyment but nevertheless, shunning the exertions necessary to satisfy them. Where the desires are passionately bent on any goal beyond the reach of the capacities that are already acquired, brownish green and yellowish green colors appear. Certain modern modes of life actually breed this kind of aura. A personal conceit that is entirely rooted in low tendencies, that is to say the lowest stage of egoism, shows itself in a tone from dirty yellow to brown. Now it is clear that even the animal life of impulse can take on a pleasing character. There is a purely natural capacity for self-sacrifice that a high form of which is to be found in the animal kingdom. This development of an animal impulse finds its most beautiful consummation in the natural love of a mother. These selfless natural impulses come to expression in the first aura in light reddish to rose-red shades of color. Cowardly fear and timidity in the face of external causes show themselves in the aura in brown, blue and gray-blue colors. The second aura also shows the most varied grades of colors. Brown and orange-colored formations point to strongly developed conceit, pride, and ambition. Inquisitiveness also announces its presence through red-yellow flecks. A bright yellow mirror is clear thinking and intelligence, green expresses understanding of life and the world. Children who learn easily have a lot of green in this part of their aura. A green-yellow in the second aura seems to be a token of a good memory. Rose-red indicates a well-meaning affectionate nature. Blue is the sign of holy piety. The more the holy piety approaches to religious passion, the bluer passes over into violet. Idealism and an earnest view of life in a higher sense you see as indigo blue. The fundamental color of the third aura is yellow, green, and blue. Yellow appears here if the thinking is filled with high wide-reaching ideas that comprehend the details as part of the whole of the divine world order. If the thinking is intuitive and is also completely purified of all conceptions springing up from the world of the senses, the yellow has a golden brilliance. Green indicates love toward all beings, blue is the sign of a capacity for selfless sacrifice for all beings. If this capacity for sacrifice is brought to the height of the strong willing that devotes itself to the active service of the world, the blue brightens to light violet. If pride and the desire for honor that is the last remnants of personal egoism that is still present in a more highly developed person, there appears, besides the yellow shades, others verging on orange. However, it must be remarked that in this part of the aura the colors are very different from the shades colors that one is accustomed to seeing in the world of the senses. It displays to the seer a beauty and an exaltedness with which nothing in the ordinary world can be compared. Part 4. The Path of Knowledge. Knowledge of the truths made known by Theosophy can be gained by each man for himself. Descriptions of the kind given in this book present a thought picture of the higher worlds. And they are in a particular respect the first step toward a personal vision, because man is a thought being, and he can only find his path of knowledge when he makes thinking his starting point. A picture of the higher worlds given to his intellect is not unfruitful for him, even if for the time being it was only as an account of higher facts, into which he has not yet gained insight through his own vision. Because the thoughts that are given to him represents, in themselves, a force that continues working in his thought world. This force will be active in him, and it will awaken slumbering abilities and capacities. He who is of the opinion that it is excessive to make yourself receptive to such a thought picture is mistaken. He regards thought as something unreal and abstract, but thought as a living force. It is for him who has the higher knowledge that is a direct expression of what can be seen in the spirit, and it therefore acts in him to whom it is communicated, like a germ, that brings forth from itself the fruit of knowledge. Anyone despising the application of strenuous intellectual exertion to the attainment of the higher knowledge, and preferring to make use of other forces in man to that end, fails to take into account that thinking is the highest of the faculties possessed by man in the world of the senses. To him who asks, "How can I gain personal knowledge of the higher truths of Theosophy?" the answer must be given: begin by making yourself acquainted with what is communicated by others concerning such truths, and should he reply, "I wish to see for myself, because I do not wish to know anything about what others have seen," you must answer, "It is in the very assimilating of the communications of others that the first step toward personal knowledge consists." And if he should answer, "Then I am forced to have blind faith, to begin with," you can only reply that in regard to something communicated, it is not a case of belief or unbelief but merely of an unprejudiced consideration of what you hear. The Theosophist never speaks with the intention of awakening blind faith by what he says. He merely says, "I have experienced this in the higher regions of existence, and I narrate my experiences." But he also knows that the reception of these experiences by another and the penetrating of his thoughts with such an account are living forces making for spiritual development. In fact, you cannot emphasize strongly enough how necessary it is that anyone who wishes to develop his capacity for higher knowledge should undertake the earnest cultivation of his powers of thinking. This emphasis must be all the stronger because many people who wish to become seers actually estimate lightly this earnest, self-denying labor of thinking. They say, "Thinking cannot help me to reach anything, the main thing is sensation, and feeling, or something similar." In reply it must be said, that in truth, no one in the higher senses can become a seer who has not previously accustomed himself to the life of trained thought. In this connection a certain inner laziness plays an injurious role with many people. They do not become conscious of this laziness because it clothes itself in contempt of abstract thought and idle speculations, etc. But you completely misunderstands what thinking is if you confuses it with a spinning of idle abstract trains of thoughts. Because while this abstract thinking can easily kill supersensitive knowledge, vigorous thinking that is full of life must be the groundwork that it is based on. It would indeed be more comfortable if you could reach the higher power of seeing while shunning the labor of thinking. Many would like this, but in order to reach it there is necessary an inner firmness, an assurance of soul to which thinking alone can lead to. Otherwise there merely results a meaningless flickering of pictures here and there, a distracting display of soul or astral phenomena that indeed gives pleasure to many, but has nothing to do with a true penetration into the higher worlds. Further, if you consider what great changes take place in the man who really enters the higher world, you will understand that the matter has still another aspect. Absolute healthiness of the soul life belongs to the condition of being a seer, and there is no better means of developing this healthiness than with the true kind of thinking. In fact, it is possible for the health to suffer seriously if the exercises for higher development are not based on thinking. Although it is true that the power of spiritual sight makes a healthy and correctly thinking man still healthier and more capable in life, it is also true that vague dreamings about these things are all attempts to develop while shirking the effort of thought that is dangerous to the health of both the body and soul. No one who wishes to develop himself into higher knowledge has anything to fear if he pays attention to what is said here, but the attempt should only be made under the above conditions. Unfounded disbelief is injurious to the three bodies. It works on the recipient as a repelling force. It hinders him from receiving the productive thoughts. Not faith, but just this reception of the theosophical conceptions and teachings is the prerequisite for the development of the higher senses. The Theosophist approaches his scholar with the injunction, "You are not required to believe what I tell you, but you are required to think about it, make it part of the contents of your own thought world, then my thoughts will work in you and of themselves enable you to recognize them as true." This is the attitude of the teacher of Theosophy. He gives the stimulus the power to accept as true what is given to him that springs forth from the inner being of the learner himself, and it is with this attitude of mind that the theosophical views of life should be studied. Anyone who has the self-control to steep his thoughts in them may be sure that in a shorter or longer time they will lead him to a personal vision. In what has been said here, there is already indicated one of the first qualities that everyone wishing to arrive at a personal vision of higher facts has to develop. It is the unreserved, unprejudiced, laying of yourself open to what is revealed by human beings or of the world external to man. If a man approaches a fact in the world around him with a judgment rising from his previous experiences, he shuts himself off by this judgment, from the complete effect that this fact can have on him. The learner must be able, each moment, to make himself a perfectly empty vessel into which the new world flows. Knowledge is received only in those moments that every judgment and every criticism coming from ourselves is silent. For example, when we meet a person, the question is not at all whether we are wiser than he is. Even the most unreasoning child has something to reveal to the greatest sage. Because if he approaches the child with his prejudgment, be it ever so wise, he pushes his wisdom like a dulled glass in front of what the child could be revealing to him. Complete inner selflessness is necessary for this constant accessibility to the revelations of the new world, and if a man tests himself to find out in what degree he possesses this accessibility, he will make astonishing discoveries regarding himself. Anyone who wishes to tread the path of higher knowledge must train himself to be able, in each moment, to obliterate himself with all his prejudices, because as long as he obliterates himself, the other flows into him. Only a high grade of such selfless accessibility enables you to receive the higher spiritual facts that surround man on all sides. You can develop this capacity in yourself of set purposes, for example, when you try to refrain from passing any judgment on people in your neighborhood. You should obliterate within yourself the gauge of good and bad, and of stupid or clever, so that you are accustomed to applying and trying without this gauge to understand people purely through themselves only. The best exercises that can be made are with people for whom you have a dislike. You should suppress this dislike with all your power and do not let everything that they do affect you negatively. Or another good exercise is, if you are in an environment that excites this or that judgment, you should suppress the judgment and break free from criticism, and lay yourself open to impressions. You should allow things and events to speak to yourself, rather than you speak to yourself about them, and you should extend this even to your thought world. You should suppress in yourself what prompts this or that thought and only allow what is outside to produce the thoughts. Only when these kind of exercises are carried out with the holiest earnestness and perseverance, do they lead to the goal of higher knowledge. He who undervalues such exercises, knows nothing of their worth, and he who has experience in such things knows that selfless accessibility and freedom from prejudice are true producers of force. Just as heat is conducted to the steam boiler that is transformed into the motive power of the engine. The habitual exercise of selfless spiritual accessibility in man is transformed into the power of seeing into the spiritual worlds. By these exercises a man makes himself receptive to all that surrounds him, but to this receptivity a correct evaluation must also be added, because as long as a man is inclined to value himself too highly, at the expense of the world around him, he closes up the approach to higher knowledge. He who in regard to each thing or event in the world, yields himself up to the pleasure or pain that they cause him, by this he is putting too much value in himself, because through his pleasure and his pain he learns nothing about the spiritual things but merely something about himself. If I feel sympathy with a man, what I feel to begin with is nothing but my relation to him. If I make myself entirely dependent on the feeling of pleasure and of sympathy, as regards to my judgment and my conduct, I place my personality in the forefront, and I impose it on the world, as I wish to thrust myself into the world just as I am, instead of accepting the world as it is, in an unbiased way and allowing it to play itself out in agreement with the forces acting in it. In other words, I am only tolerant with what harmonizes with my personality, and toward everything else I exercise a repelling force. As long as a man is trapped by the sensible world, he acts in an especially repelling way on all influences that are supersensitive. The learner must develop in himself the capacity to conduct himself toward things and people, in agreement with their peculiar natures and to give to each its due worth and significance. Sympathy and antipathy, liking and disliking, must be made to play new roles. There can be no thought of eradicating these emotions or of numbing yourself to sympathy and antipathy. On the contrary, the more a man develops in himself the capacity to refrain from allowing each feeling of sympathy and antipathy to be followed immediately by a judgment or an action, the more finely the sensitiveness will be that he develops in himself. He will find that sympathy and antipathy of a higher kind awakens in him, if he curbs those that he already has. Even something that is at first most unattractive has hidden qualities, because it reveals them even if a man does not, in his conduct, obey his selfish feelings. He who has developed himself in this respect feels more finely in every direction than anyone who has not, because he does not allow his own personality to lead him into lack of receptivity. Each inclination that a man blindly follows numbs the power to see the things in his environment in their true light, but by obeying this inclination he thrusts himself through the environment, instead of laying ourselves open to it and feeling its true worth. A man becomes free and independent of the changing impressions of the outer world when each pleasure, each pain, each sympathy, and each antipathy, no longer calls forth in him an egotistical response and egotistical conduct. The pleasure you feel in a thing makes you at once dependent on it. You lose yourself in the thing, and a man who loses himself in the pleasure or pain caused by each varying impression, cannot tread the path of higher knowledge. He must accept pleasure and pain with equanimity and composure. Then he ceases to lose himself in them, and instead he begins to understand them. A pleasure to which I surrender myself to devours my being in the moment of surrender. I should use the pleasure only in order through it to arrive at an understanding of the thing that arouses pleasure in me. The important point should not to be that the thing has aroused the pleasure in me, I should be able to experience the liking and through it learn the nature of the thing. The pleasure should only be an announcement to me that there is in the thing a quality calculated to give pleasure, and this quality I must learn to understand. If I go no further than the pleasure, if I allow myself to be entirely absorbed in it, it is only that I am expending myself, but if the pleasure is to me only the opportunity of experiencing a quality or property of the thing itself, I enrich my inner being through this experience. To the learner, pleasure and displeasure, joy and pain, must be opportunities for learning about things. The learner does not become numb to pleasure or pain, through this he raises himself above them in order that they may reveal to him the nature of the things. He who develops himself in this respect will learn to understand what a good instructor pleasure and pain is. He will feel with every being, and by it receives the revelation of its inner nature. The learner never says to himself merely, "Oh, how I suffer," or "Oh, how glad I am," but always how suffering speaks and how joy speaks. He eliminates the element of self in order that pleasure and joy from the outer world may work on him. By this means a complete change takes place in the man. Formerly he responded to this or that impression by this or that action, because these impressions caused him joy or pain. But now he allows pleasure and displeasure to become merely the organs by which things tell him how he should conduct himself toward them. In him, pleasure and pain change from being mere feelings to being organs of senses, by which the external world is perceived. Just as the eye does not act itself when it sees something, but allows the hand to act, so pleasure and pain bring about nothing in the learner, but merely receives impressions, and what is learned through pleasure and displeasure is what brings about the action. When a man uses pleasure and displeasure in such a way that they become mere organs of transmission, they build up for him within his soul the very organs through which the soul world opens up to view. The eye can serve the body only by being an organ for the transmission of sensible impressions, but pleasure and pain becomes the eyes of the soul when they cease to have any value in themselves, and begin to serve your purpose always, that is revealing the inner souls of the souls outside of you. By means of the faculties mentioned, the seeker of the path places himself in such a condition as to enable what is really present in the world around him to affect him, without disturbing influences from his own personality. But he also has to adapt himself to the spiritual world around him in the right way. Because he is, as a thinking being, a citizen of the spiritual world. He can only be this in a right way, if he guides his thoughts in agreement with the eternal laws of truth and the laws of the spirit land. Because only in this way can the spiritual world act on him and reveal its facts to him. A man never reaches the truth as long as he yields to the thoughts continuously coursing through his ego. Because if he does, his thoughts take a direction imposed on them, by the fact that they come into existence within the bodily nature. The thought world of a man who is absorbed in an intellectual activity that is determined primarily by his physical brain, has an appearance of irregularity and confusion. In it a thought enters, breaks off, and is driven out of the field by another. Anyone who tests this by listening to a conversation between two people, or who observes himself in an unprejudiced way, will gain an idea of this mass of will-o'-the-wisp thoughts. As long as a man devotes himself only to the calls of the life of the senses, his confused succession of thoughts will always be brought into order again by the facts of the reality. I may think ever so confusingly, but in my actions, Everyday facts force on me the laws corresponding to this reality. My mental picture of a town may be most confused, but if I wish to walk along a certain road in the town, I must accommodate myself to existing facts. The mechanic can enter his workshop with ever so varied a whirl of ideas, but the laws of his engines compel him to adopt the correct procedure in his work. Within the world of the senses, facts exercise their continuous correctness on thought. If I think out a false opinion about a physical phenomenon or the shape of a plant, the reality confronts me and sets my thinking right. It is quite different when I consider my relations to the higher regions of existence. They reveal themselves to me only if I enter their worlds with already strictly controlled thinking. Unless my thinking shows me the right and sure standpoint, I cannot find the proper paths. Because the spiritual laws prevailing within these worlds are not condensed into the sensibly perceptible kind, and therefore they do not exert on me the compulsion referred to above. I am able to obey these laws only when they are related to those that govern me personally as a thinking being. Here I must be my own sure guide. The seeker of the path must therefore make his thinking strictly regulated in character. His thoughts must by degrees disaccustom themselves entirely from taking the ordinary daily course. They must in their whole sequence take on the inner character of the spiritual world. The seeker of the path must constantly keep watch over himself in this respect and have himself in hand. With him, his thought must not link itself arbitrarily with another, but only in the way that corresponds with the exact contents of the thought world. The transition from your idea to another must correspond with the strict laws of thought. He must as the thinker be, to a certain extent, constantly a copy of these thought laws. He must shut out from his train of thought all that does not flow out of these laws. Should a favorite thought present itself to him, he must put it aside if the correct sequence will be disturbed by it. If a personal feeling tries to force on his thoughts a direction not inherent in them, he must suppress it. Plato required of those who wished to be in his school, that they should first go through a course of mathematical training, and mathematics with their strict laws that do not yield to the course of ordinary sensible phenomena, and form a good preparation for the seeker of the path. If he wishes to make progress in the study of mathematics, he has to strike out all personal, arrogant choice, and all disturbances. He learns by it to purely follow the requirements of the thought, and he has to learn to do this in all his thinking. His thought life must itself be a copy of the unchanging mathematical methods of stating premises and forming conclusions. He must strive wherever he goes and whatever he does to think in this way. Then the intrinsic lawfulness of the spirit world will flow into him, instead of passing over and through him without leaving a trace, as it does when his thinking bears the ordinary confused character. Regulated thinking brings him from a sure starting point to the most hidden truths. However, what has been said must not be looked at in a one-sided way. Although mathematics act as a good discipline for the mind, you can still arrive at pure healthy thinking without the study of mathematics. And what the path seeker strives to have in his thinking, he must also strive to have in his actions. These must obey the laws of the nobly beautiful and the eternally true without any disturbing influences from his personality. These laws must constantly direct him. Should he begin to do something that he has recognized as right, and failed to calm his personal feelings, he may not for that reason forsake the road he has entered, but on the other hand, he may not pursue it because it gives him joy, and if he finds that it is not in agreement with the laws of the eternally beautiful and true, he should know that he is on the wrong path. In everyday life, people allow their actions to be decided by what satisfies them personally, and by what bears fruit for themselves only. In this way they force upon the course of the world's events, in a direction that is influenced by their personality. They do not realize that the true is already prescribed in the laws of the spirit world, and then they will realize the demands of their self-will. They only act in harmony with the spiritual world when they always follow its laws. The path seeker may not ask, "What brings me advantages?" or "What will bring me success?" but only, "What have I recognized as the good?" Rejection of the fruits of action in the interest of his personality, and rejection of all self-will, these are the weighty laws that he must prescribe for himself. Then he can tread the paths of the spiritual world, and his whole being becomes penetrated by these laws. He becomes free from all compulsion from the sensible world, and his spirit man raises itself out of the sensible sheath. Then he makes actual progress on the path toward the spiritual, and then he spiritualizes himself. You cannot say, "What use to me are all my resolutions," or to purely follow the laws of the true, when I am perhaps mistaken as to what is the true. The important thing is the striving of the spirit in which you strive, because even he who is mistaken possesses in his very striving after the true, a force that turns him away from the wrong road. This force seizes him, and should he be mistaken, it guides him to the right road. The very objection is itself a harmful unbelief, but I can be mistaken. It shows that the man has no confidence in the power of the true. Because the important point is that he should not presume to decide on his goals and objectives in life that is in agreement with his egotistical views, but he should selflessly yield himself up to the guidance of the Spirit itself. It is not the self-seeking will of man that can prescribe for the true, on the contrary, this true itself must become Lord in man, it must penetrate his whole being, and make him a copy of the eternal laws of the Spirit land. He must fill himself with these eternal laws in order to let them stream out into life. As the path seeker must hold strict guard over his thinking, so must he also over his will. Through this he becomes in life, a messenger from the world of the true and the beautiful, through becoming this he rises to be a participant in the spirit world, and through this he is raised from stage to stage of development, because you cannot reach the spiritual life by merely seeing it, on the contrary, you have to reach it by experiencing it, and by living it. If the path seeker observes the laws described here, his soul experiences will take on an entirely new form. He will no longer merely live in them, because they will no longer have significance just for his personal life. They will develop into soul perceptions of the higher world, because in his soul is the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, and of joy and pain that grows into soul organs, just as in his body's eyes and ears that do not lead a life for themselves only, but selflessly allow external impressions to pass through them. As a result, calmness and assurance becomes inherent qualities in the soul of the path seeker. A great pleasure will no longer make him overjoyed, but will be the messenger to him of qualities in the world that have escaped him. It will leave him calm, and through the calm the characteristics of the pleasure-giving beings will reveal themselves to him. Pain will no longer fill him with grief, but will tell him the qualities of the being that causes the pain. Just as the eye does not desire anything for itself but shows man the direction of the road he has to take, so will pleasure and pain guide the soul safely along its path. This is the state of the balance of the soul that the path seeker must reach. The less pleasure and pain exhaust themselves in waves that they throw up in the inner life of the path seeker, the more they will form eyes for the supersensitive world. As long as a man lives in pleasure and pain, he cannot gain knowledge through them. But when he learns through them how to live, when he withdraws from them his feelings of self, then they become his organs of perception, then he sees by means of them, and through them attains to knowledge. It is incorrect to think that the seeker of the path becomes a dry, colorless being, incapable of pleasure or suffering. Pleasure and suffering are present in him but in a transformed shape, they have become spiritual eyes and ears. As long as you live in a personal relationship with the world, that allows things to reveal only what links them with your personality, that is only the transitory part of them. If we withdraw ourselves from this transitory part of us, and live with our feeling of self and with our I as our permanent part, then our transitory parts become intermediaries for us, and what is revealed through them is the imperishable and eternal things that is in them. This relationship between his own eternal and the external things is what must be established by the seeker of the path. Even before he begins other exercises of the kind described and also during them, he should direct his thought to this imperishable part. When I observe a plant, an animal, and a man, I should remember that in each of them the eternal declares itself. I must ask myself what is the permanent that lives in the transitory, and what will outlast the transient sensible phenomenon. You should not think that such a directing of the spirit to the eternal destroys the power of devoted observation or that our feelings for the qualities of everyday affairs will estrange us from the immediate realities. On the contrary, every leaf and every little insect will unveil to us innumerable mysteries, when we do not only use our eyes to see, but to see through the eyes of the spirit that is directed on them. Every sparkle, every shade of color, every cadence will remain vividly perceptible to the senses, nothing will be lost, only limitlessness is gained. Indeed, the person who is not able to observe even the smallest thing in nature with interest will only attain to pale, bloodless thoughts, not to spiritual sight. It all depends on the attitude of mind that we acquire in this special ability. What stage we will succeed in reaching depends on our capacities. We have each moment to do what is right and leave everything else to the future. It must be enough for us at first to direct our minds to the permanent instead of the temporary. If we do this, the knowledge of the permanent will through this awaken in us, but we must wait until it is given. And it is given at the right time to each of us, who with patience waits and works. A man soon notices during such exercises what a powerful transformation takes place within him. He learns to consider each thing as important or unimportant only in so far as he recognizes it to be related to the permanent, and to the eternal. He comes to a different appreciation and estimate of the world, from the one that he has always had. His whole feeling takes on a new relationship toward the entire surrounding world. The transitory no longer attracts him for its own sake as it formerly did, but it becomes for him a member, an image of the eternal, and this eternal that lives in all things, he learns to love. It becomes familiar to him, just as the transitory was formerly familiar to him. This again does not cause him to become estranged from life, he only learns to value each thing in its true worth. Even the vain trifles of life will not leave him unaffected, but the man no longer loses himself in them, he recognizes them in their limited worth, and he sees them in their true light. He is no longer a poor discerner who prefers to go wandering in the clouds and lose sight of life, but a true discerner from his high summit, with his power of clear survey and his just and healthy feeling for everything, that will be able to assign to each thing its proper place. In this way there opens up to the path seeker the possibility of ceasing to obey the incalculable influences of the external world of the senses that turns his will here and there. Through higher knowledge he has seen the eternal being in things. By the transformation of his inner world he has gained the capacity to perceive this eternal being. When he now acts from out of himself, he also acts from out of the eternal being of the things, because the things give voice in him, to this being of theirs. He therefore acts in harmony with the eternal world order when he directs his action from out of the eternal living within himself. In this way, he no longer becomes impelled by the things, he impels them according to the laws implanted within them, that have become the laws of his own being. This ability to act from out of his inner being can only be an ideal toward which he strives. The attainment of the goal lies in the far distance, but the path seeker must have the will to tread this road. This is his will for freedom. Because freedom is action from out of your inner being, and only he may act from out of his inner being, who draws his motives from the eternal. He, who does not do this, acts according to other motives than those implanted in the eternal things. Such a one opposes the eternal world order and this must prevail against him. That is to say, what he plans to carry through by his will cannot take place. He cannot become free, because the arrogant choice of the individual annihilates itself through the effects of its deeds. He who directs his inner life in such a way that it ascends upward from stage to stage. The fruits of his exercises will be certain vistas of the supersensitive world that will unfold to his spiritual perception. He learns the real meaning of the truth communicated about this world, and he will receive confirmation of them through his own experiences. If this stage is reached, an experience comes to him that can only be as through treading this path. Through beings whose significance can now for the first time become clear to him, through the great guides of the human race there is presented on him what is called consecration or initiation. He becomes a disciple of wisdom, and what the seeker of the path now experiences can only be indicated here. He receives a new home. He becomes a conscious citizen in the supersensitive world. The river of wisdom flows to him now from a higher source. The light of knowledge from this time on does not shine on him from without, because he is himself placed in the fountain eye of this light. In it the problems that the world supplies are solved. From now on he no longer holds conversations with the things that are shaped through the Spirit, but with the shaping of the Spirit itself. The separate life of the personality only exists now in order to be a conscious image of the eternal. Every lingering doubt that could formerly arise in him vanishes, because only he can doubt whom things delude him regarding the Spirit that rules in him. And since the disciple of wisdom is able to hold intercourse with the Spirit itself, each false form that he had before imagined by the Spirit vanishes. The false form that man attributes to the Spirit in his conceptions is superstition. The initiate is above all superstition, because he knows what the true form of the Spirit is. Freedom from personality, doubt, fear, and superstition, these are the characteristics of him who has attained to discipleship in the path of the higher knowledge. You must not confuse this state in which the personality becomes one with the comprehensive spirit of life and with the disappearance of the personality in the all-spirit. Such a disappearance of the personality does not take place in a true development of the personality. It remains preserved as the personality at the highest stage of its perfection. It is not the subjection of the personality but its highest development that takes place. If your wish is to have a simile for this coincidence or union of the individual spirit with the all-spirit, you cannot choose that of different circles that coincide and that are lost in the one, but you must choose the picture of many circles, of which each has a quite distinct shade of color, and these differently colored circles coincide, but each separate shade preserves its existence within the whole. Not one loses the fullness of its individual power, and the whole is the result of these individual powers. A further description of the path will not be given here. It is given so far as is possible in occult science, that forms a continuation of this book. The way of man passes through many lives and through many incarnations. Patience should flow out of a real understanding of this fact. He who uses his present incarnation or life for his own development, prepares for those stages that he will attain to intuitive seeing, that is called clairvoyance, and to the full possession of his higher being or spirit self or life spirit, as well as to the remembrance of his former lives and to still higher experiences. It is possible for this to take place in this present life, or perhaps it may be in a following one. The end. Notes and amplifications. 1. To speak of life force was regarded, a short time back, as the mark of an unscientific mind. But one begins to find here and there in science today a tendency that is not opposed to the idea of a life force, that was accepted in former times. Anyone who really understands the course of contemporary science will recognize that the superior logic lies with those who, in considering this tendency, refuse to find any trace of life force. Life force is by no means the same as what is today called the forces of nature, and he who will not pass over from the modes of thought and conception to higher modes, that is characteristic of modern science, should not speak of life force. Only the mode of thinking and the presuppositions of spiritual science and theosophy make it possible to deal with such things without inconsistency. 2. When the sense of touch of the lower organisms is spoken of here, it is not intended to convey what is expressed by this phrase in the ordinary expositions of the senses. From the theosophical point of view, a lot could, in fact, be urged in objection to the use of this expression. What is meant here by sense of touch is rather a general becoming aware of an external impression, in contrast to the special becoming aware that consists in seeing, hearing, etc. 3. It is necessary to read theosophical presentations of a subject with strict accuracy, because it is only in the accurate statement of ideas that they have a value. For example, in the statement, they, the sensations, etc. do not in its case, namely that of the animal, become interwoven with independent thoughts transcending the immediate experience. You could easily fall into the mistake of thinking that it was claimed here that there are no thoughts contained in the sensations or the instincts of animals. Now, theosophy is actually based on a knowledge that says that all inner experience on the part of animals and all existence of any kind is interwoven with thought. But the thoughts of the animal is not those of an independent I, or ego, living in the animal, but are those of the animal group ego, that must be regarded as a being governing the animal from without. This group ego is not present in the physical world as the I or ego of a man is, but works down into the animal from the soul world. Further details regarding this are to be found in my outline of occult science. The real point at issue is in the case of man is that thoughts attain to an independent existence in him. The thoughts are not experienced immediately in sensation, but immediately as thoughts that are experienced in the soul also. 4. When it is said that little children say, "Charles is good," or "Mary wishes to have this," it must be carefully noted that the important point is not so much how soon children use the word I, but when they connect the proper conception with that word. When children hear adults use the word, they can continually use it without having the conception of the I. Nevertheless, the fact that the use of the word begins late, as a rule, points to an important feature of evolution, namely the gradual unfolding of the I concept out of the vague I feeling. 5. A description of the intrinsic nature of intuition is to be found in my books A Way of Initiation and Occult Science. You might through an accurate observation of the matter detect a contradiction between the use of this word in those books and what is said in this book. This, however, will be found not to exist when you take into account that what reveals itself through intuition, in full reality to supersensitive knowledge, makes itself known in its lowest revelation, to the spirit self, even as the external existence of the physical world makes itself known in sensations. 6. The subject of the spiritual organs of perception that is only alluded to shortly in the later chapter in the book On the Path of Knowledge that is more fully dealt with in my books The Way of Initiation and Occult Science. 7. It would be incorrect to imagine a ceaseless unrest in the spiritual world because there is not one in it, only a state of rest, a remaining in your place, as in the physical world. There, where the beings are who create the archetypes, there indeed is not what can be called rest in your place, but there is that rest that is spiritual in its nature, and consistent with active mobility. It may be likened to the restful satisfaction and bliss of the spirit that is revealed in deeds and not in a state of inaction. 8. You are obligated to use the word purposes in regard to the impelling or motive powers of the world evolution, although it opens the door to a temptation to conceive of these powers simply as human purposes. In the case of such words, that had naturally to be taken from the sphere of human life, this temptation can be avoided only by the raising of yourself, when using them to a significance from which every connection with human limitation is banished, and there is assigned to them what man approximately imbues them with on those occasions in his life when he, to a certain degree, rises above himself. 9. Further particulars in regard to the spiritual word are to be found in my outline of occult science. Munich, August 28, 1910.